271. Lished at Vichy by a vote of a National Assembly excluding the Communists and carrying the emergency powers for Pétain by 569 to 80. Of the 186 deputies of the French Socialist Party, 110, or the majority, voted for the full powers for Pétain, 40 abstained or were absent, and 36 voted against. Thus the shameful record of the German Social Democratic Party in the vote for Hitler on May 17, 1933, was repeated. In this beginning of the real struggle against Nazism, the French Communist Party led the way inside France, just as de Gaulle in exile led the struggle from outside France. In the first days of July 1940, the French Communist Party, dogged by the Vichy police and the Gestapo, launched its historic appeal for the resistance movement of the French people. A great nation like ours will never become a nation of slaves. France with her glorious past will never kneel before a gang of lickspittles ready for any dirty work. It is with the people that the great hopes of national and social liberation lie. And it is around the working class, keen and self-sacrificing, full of confidence and courage, that there can be built the front of liberty and independence. Around the vanguard leadership of the French Communist Party was built the resistance movement of the French people, with the participation of many patriotic sections of the widest political views. The French Communists, in the forefront of the struggle, including those killed in partisan warfare, executed in France, or deported and massacred in Nazi camps, lost 75,000 dead, and became known as Le Parti des Fusiliers, the party of the executed, that is, of those who gave their lives in the struggle against Nazism. This helped to give the French Communist Party during the years after the war its indestructible place of honor in the hearts of the French people, in the face of all Cold War repression and campaigns, with a continuing vote of 1/4 of the people maintained under the most adverse conditions. In Britain, the collapse of the passive phase of the phony war and the opening of Hitler's offensive to the West, also brought political change, but the beginning of change in the opposite direction to France. Chamberlain was replaced in May, following the fiasco of the expeditionary force sent to 272. Norway and Hitler's conquest of Norway, by Churchill as premier, although Chamberlain and many of his prominent colleagues remained in the cabinet of Churchill. The British Communist Party accordingly responded to the new situation and put forward as its immediate slogan the removal of the Munichite ministers from the government, while continuing its basic fight during this stage for the mobilization of the people, conducted on a broad front through the People's Convention in the beginning of 1941, to establish a people's government, which would repudiate imperialist aims, appeal to the German people against Hitler, and take all measures necessary to win an anti-fascist people's peace. The replacement of Chamberlain by Churchill took place only just in time, since after the fall of France, Hitler's next objective was to secure the capitulation of Britain. For this purpose, bombing was conducted and threats proclaimed of the intention to invade, with an elaborate staging of conspicuous preparations for such an invasion. 1. Strategically, the large-scale transport of troops across the Channel was not practicable, since Britain had command of the seas, unless air mastery could be established. Hence the importance of the Battle of Britain. In this critical situation, the Soviet Union concentration of military and air force on Germany's eastern frontier immobilized, according to the subsequent German account, a serious proportion of Germany's air force. The valiant British Air Force was able to gain a hard-won victory. The British people faced without flinching the Nazi threats and bombing. Anti-fascist popular sentiment rose ever higher in Britain, France, and all the European countries threatened by Nazism, as also in the United States and beyond Europe. When Hitler delivered his offensive in the Balkans during the first half of 1941 preliminary to his offensive against the Soviet Union, his armies found themselves, after the collapse of the rotten fascist governments, confronted with an indomitable guerrilla resistance of the peoples led by the communist parties, notably in Yugoslavia and in Greece. Thus during the 12 months preceding June 1941, all the conditions were preparing for the transformation of the initial imperialist phase of the phony war, which had been opened in 1939, into a genuine war of the peoples against fascism. Lenin had already during the First World War shown how a war can change its character at different stages, and specifically how an imperialist war could turn into a national war of liberation or a national war into an imperialist war. The fundamental proposition of Marxist dialectics is that all boundaries in nature and society are conventional and mobile, that there is not a single phenomenon which cannot under certain circumstances be transformed into its opposite. A national war can be transformed into an imperialist war, and vice versa. This penetrating observation was to receive powerful confirmation in the practical experience of the successive stages of the Second World War. 8. The People's War of Liberation against Fascism, June 22, 1941, the day of Hitler's offensive against the Soviet Union, and of the immediately following proclamation of the British-Soviet alliance by Churchill's broadcast later on the same day, was the decisive day of change on which the West European War broadened out into World War, and the war of imperialist governments become finally transformed into a war of the alliance of the peoples against fascism, with the parallel participation of imperialist and socialist governments in unity with the guerrilla and resistance movements of the peoples, led by the communist parties, wherever Nazism extended its assault. Lo. 274. It is important to note that, while June 22, 1941, was the decisive turning point of the war, this transformation of the character of the war was not the sudden creation of the events of that momentous day. Indications had already been given to show how during the preceding 12 months, as the initial phony war faded out in face of the Nazi offensive, and as the notorious pro-fascist political leaders in the Western countries either passed over to direct collaboration or into general discredit, the conditions developed for the transformation of the war into a war of the peoples against fascism, with the communists in the vanguard in a whole series of countries. On the other hand, the completion of the extension to full world war was not reached until December, 1941, with Pearl Harbor and the involvement of the United States of America and Japan. All Asia now became drawn into the war, as the ruthless offensive of Japanese fascism and militarism swept over the rotting bulwarks of British, French and Dutch colonialism in Southeast Asia, and once again it was the communist parties which led the anti-fascist liberation war of the peoples, after the colonial rulers had fled, in Burma, Malaya and Indonesia. This transformation of the character of the war, expressed in the British-Soviet alliance, which broadened into the American-British-Soviet alliance, did not mean that the Munichite trends in the imperialist camp disappeared. Hopeful calculations for the mutual destruction of Germany and the Soviet Union continued. Thus Senator Truman, who later became President Truman of Cold War notoriety, declared on June 24, 1941. If we see Germany winning, we ought to help Russia, and if Russia is winning, we ought to help Germany, and in that way let them kill as many as possible. Similar sentiments were promulgated by the British minister, More Brabazon, in a notorious indiscretion at a private meeting, according to the report of it made by the president of the Amalgamated Engineering Union to the Trades Union Congress and taken up with the government, when he was alleged to have expressed the hope that Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union would destroy one another, leaving the British Empire on top. The leadership of some social democratic 275 parties adopted the same viewpoint. Thus the German Social Democratic Party executive declared in July, 1941. From the Arctic to the Black Sea, the world's strongest armies are locked in battle. Should one of the two achieve a quick victory, that army would henceforth be irresistible on the continents of Europe and Asia. It is only by exhausting each other in prolonged struggle that the nations of the continent can be relieved of oppression, and that the power of Anglo-American democracy can become the dominant factor in shaping a new world order. In this situation it was the historic achievement and strength of realist statesmanship of Premier Churchill to have responded with such promptness to the opportunity of June 22, 1941, and proclaimed at once, irrespective of the sharpness of social and political differences, the principle of a British-Soviet military alliance as corresponding to the true interests of both peoples. The British-Soviet alliance, which had been spumed and publicly refused by Chamberlain even as late as April, 1939, was now, when the bitter consequences of that policy had been learned through the fall of France and the mortal danger of Britain, universally recognized as the rock of salvation. At the same time, it has to be noted that also in the strategic calculations of Churchill and of all the British military staffs and political leaders, it was assumed that the Soviet Union would collapse within a few weeks. The Nazi blitzkrieg, which had destroyed the Polish army in a matter of days, and which had taken less than a month to send the French army, reputed the strongest in Europe, in headlong rout, and the British army hastily escaping from Dunkirk, would of course, it was assumed, go through an incompetent communist army like a knife through butter, in the favorite phrase then used. 3 months was the maximum which optimists in British ruling class circles gave for the continued existence of the Soviet Union. The Nazi attack on the Soviet Union was universally represented. 276. In official expression, not as an opportunity for action, but as a short respite, a lull, a welcome relief from air raids, an opportunity to rest and re-equip. At the Atlantic Charter meeting of Churchill and Roosevelt in August, 1941, in response to every anxious question of Roosevelt as to the possibility of the Russians holding out, Churchill was emphatic in rejecting any such possibility. Every now and then, father would throw in a question, the Russians. The Russians. There was an edge of contempt in his voice, and then he seemed almost to catch himself. Of course they're much stronger than we ever dared hope. But no one can tell how much longer. Then you don't think they'll be able to hold out? When Moscow falls? As soon as the Germans are beyond the Caucasus? When Russian resistance finally ceases? Always his answers were definite, unconditional. There were no ifs, there was little or no credence put in Russian resistance. Churchill and Roosevelt met in August, 1941, to discuss the terms to be established after the war. While the colossal Nazi forces were mauling the Soviet Union, for 5 months after the assault until the campaign in Libya in November, 1941, not a single British soldier was in action against the Nazis on any front. Although the two-front war had always been the nightmare of German strategists, for 3 years the Second Front in the West was delayed. Thus the special Churchillian strategy of the formal, but relatively passive alliance with the Soviet Union, applauding the Soviet armies with the highest rhetoric, and providing some assistance, but sparing in action on the western side until the issue had been decided bv the arduous effort of the Soviet armies, and then hurrying in to gamer the fruits of victory, bore something of the character of a more subtle version of the basic strategic aim of Chamberlain, to promote a German-Soviet conflict with the maximum cost for both. 277. Powers, while holding the role of the Western powers in reserve to come in as final victors. The Nazi blitzkrieg inflicted heavy losses and drove deep into the heart of the Soviet Union. The Nazi hordes had the advantage, not only of war experience, but of overwhelming numerical superiority, since they had behind them the 400 millions of enslaved Europe to provide the resources and man the war industries, as well as some armed forces, so that they could mobilize the greater part of German manpower for the armed forces. The Soviet Union, on the other hand, with a population of 175 millions, had to provide both for the war industries and the armies. Stalin informed Churchill at Potsdam that the Germans had mobilized 18 million men, apart from the industries, while the Russians had 12 million. The Nazi armies had also the initial advantage of surprise attack. Initial intelligence reports of Nazi troop concentrations and offensive preparations had been disregarded owing to political suspicions of the aims of hostile imperialist circles to promote a German-Soviet conflict, and in consequence Stalin as commander-in-chief had given instructions against any corresponding military concentration on the Soviet side, and warned against being led by provocations or incidents into major military operations. Further, the Soviet military command at the outset had been weakened by the preceding purge, before the war, of many outstanding generals and higher officers, who have since been rehabilitated. All this helped to facilitate the depth of the initial Nazi offensive thrust into Soviet territory. The contrast between the First World War, when Germany had to fight on two fronts, and the Second World War, when the Nazis were left free to concentrate all their main forces on the Eastern Front, was made by Stalin in his speech on the 25th anniversary of the Soviet Revolution delivered in Moscow on November 6, 1942. He said that in the First World War Germany had 220 divisions, of which 85 were on the Russian front, or, with allies, 127 divisions facing the Russian troops. In November 1942, out of 256 German divisions 179 were fighting on the Soviet front, or with their allied forces, 240 divisions, the remainder were mainly on garrison duty in occupied Europe, while the British forces in North Africa, 278, were engaging 4 German divisions and 11 Italian divisions. Consequently, the fight for the opening of the Second Front in the West became the key question of Western strategy. Eventually the American military command also pressed for it, but met with considerable obstruction and delay in British official circles. The entire popular movement campaigned for this essential objective, and the communist parties played an active part in these campaigns. The Soviet armies and people eventually drove back the Nazi invaders, but at heavy cost. The Anglo-American front in Western Europe was only opened in June 1944, 3 years after the Nazi assault on the Soviet Union, when the Soviet armies had already routed the main Nazi armies, and could have completed the victory alone. The purpose of this belated Second Front was thus no longer primarily to help the Soviet Union, but the essentially counter-revolutionary aim, explained by the British ambassador Hoare to Franco earlier, to throw in at the last moment the numerous, heavily armed and unexhausted Anglo-American forces, after the maximum destruction and exhaustion of the Nazi and Soviet forces, to ensure the predominance of Anglo-American imperialism over as much as possible of Europe and prevent the anti-fascist popular revolution, arising from the resistance movements led by the communist parties in all Nazi-occupied Europe, extending over the whole of Europe. 9 Seeds of the Cold War. As soon as the Soviet armies had begun to drive back the Nazi armies, following the pivotal victory of Stalingrad, and the great offensives of the summer of 1942, the Western leaders realized that their original assumptions of the inevitable collapse of the Soviet Union were not going to be fulfilled. Accordingly, by the autumn of 1942, new strategic calculations were begun by the West to prepare the Cold War after the war, with Churchill's secret memorandum of October 1942, for the future stand against Russian barbarism in Europe, and with the inauguration of the Manhattan Project or construction of the atom bomb in the United 279 States for the purpose, as the general in command of the project subsequently made clear was fully known to him at that time, of providing the decisive future weapon against the Soviet Union. 1-3 Thus the organization of the Cold War began in 1942. The Nazi leaders, when they saw defeat staring them in the face, also laid down the future line for a defeated Germany to develop the closest cooperation with Anglo-American imperialism against the Soviet Union as the best way to rebuild German power. This line was explicitly laid down in the final statements of Göring, Goebbels, and Admiral Dönitz, the successor of Hitler, and has been faithfully carried out by their heirs through NATO. Even after the opening of the Second Front in the West, the Nazi military chiefs still concentrated all their main forces and most stubborn resistance on the Eastern Front, and continually sought to reach accommodation with the Anglo-Americans on the West. However, the firm military agreements for the joint ending of the war and fixed lines of demarcation of the stationing of forces at the end of the war defeated these initial maneuvers, although even here there was some confusion with the capitulation on the West taking place a day before the capitulation on the East. Similarly, with the ending of the war in the Far East against Japan in August 1945, the same symptoms of the future were visible. Although the entry of the Soviet Union into the war had been fixed by agreement between the Allies for August 8, and the destruction of the main Japanese armies in Manchuria by the Soviet armies was given in the final Japanese cabinet minutes as the decisive factor compelling capitulation, the 2 American atom bombs were needlessly dropped. 280. on Hiroshima and Nagasaki on August 6 and 9, not in order to ensure the defeat of Japan, which was already suing for peace, but to constitute, as Professor Blackett has shown, and as has since been widely recognized, the first act of the Cold War to demonstrate the Anglo-American monopoly, which was expected to last for 10 to 15 years, of the ultimate weapon against the Soviet Union. Thus dangerous signs of the future were visible even in the moment of the victory which was being won. 10 People's victory over fascism. The victory of the peoples of the world over the Axis bloc of the fascist powers, Germany, Italy, and Japan, and their satellite fascist governments in a series of countries in Europe and Asia was a turning point in world history. It opened the way for a new advance of the peoples everywhere. But the costs of this victory had been heavy for all the peoples involved. The relative costs of the war revealed the strategy which had been followed. According to the official report of the United States Chief of Staff, General Marshall, his estimate of the total number of soldiers killed in the Second World War was, USSR, 7,500,000, Germany, 2,850,000, British Empire, 450,000, USA, 295,904. These were heavy losses, far exceeding those of the First World War, and the level of civilian losses exceeded any comparison with the First World War. 750,000 soldiers of the United States, Britain, and the British Empire countries gave their lives in the common cause. At the same time, it will be seen that the combined military losses of the entire British Empire and the United States in the war were less than 1/10 those of the Soviet Union. The British official return for the numbers of soldiers killed from the British Empire was 353,652, including from the United Kingdom, 244,723. Britain also suffered civilian air raid deaths, amounting to 60,000, merchant shipping losses and some war damage. The United States suffered no war damage, and made gigantic profits from the war, while the Lend-Lease war aid to the Allies was cut off abruptly as soon as the war ended. The Soviet Union civilian losses through the Nazi wholesale massacres, deportations, enslavement, and extermination of 281 men, women, and children in the Soviet territories occupied numbered over 3 million, indeed the full total of Soviet losses in the war, military and civilian, has been estimated by Western sources at 25 million. Premier Khrushchev wrote to the Swedish Prime Minister in 1961, "The war against the Soviet Union swept away the lives of 20 million Soviet people." This total is reproduced in the Statistical Yearbook of the Statistical Department of the USSR. In addition, 1/3 of Soviet territory and economic resources was devastated, 1,710 towns and 70,000 villages completely or partly destroyed, 6 million homes and buildings demolished, 31,800 industrial plants stripped, and 98,000 collective or state farms broken up and their livestock, amounting to 64 millions, destroyed or deported to Germany. From the Nazi-occupied countries, the peoples, conducting the struggle through the resistance movements, not only contributed the heavy total of casualties from the partisan fighters or hostages shot on the spot, as well as whole villages like Oradour and Lidice razed to the ground, while their fascist rulers collaborated with the Nazis, but also lost millions deported and massacred in the concentration camps. No less terrible was the trail of rapine and death spread by the Japanese fascists and militarists in Southeast Asia, and the limitless sacrifices of the Chinese people in their long and arduous struggle against the Japanese invaders and home traders. The victory of the peoples of the world over fascism was thus won at a heavy cost. Nevertheless, it was the greatest victory of liberation since 1917. The alliance of the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union was the indispensable framework for the organization of this victory, whatever the limitations and frictions arising from the special role of imperialist interests within the alliance. The three-power summit conferences of Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin at Tehran in 1943 and Yalta in February, 1945, were signs of the new world conditions and of the new opportunities opening out, which, if fulfilled, could have brought a happier future for international relations during the years immediately after the war. The pledges then undertaken, for three-power cooperation in the United Nations to constitute the essential condition for the success of that organization, and (282) for the banning of German rearmament, were in practice violated after the war by the Western powers who adopted instead the diplomacy and strategy of the Cold War. Nevertheless, the lessons of the succeeding years, and of the harmful consequences of such violations, have driven home the necessity to return to the path of East-West cooperation and to guard against the menace of a new focus of war arising from the rearmament of German militarism. 1945 opened a new era in world history, with the greatest advance yet known of the peoples of the world, but at the same time with new and critical problems and dangers. 11. Dissolution of the Communist International. In the new conditions of the People's War of Liberation against Fascism, the international communist movement swept forward in scope, mass support, and responsibility, and outgrew the old forms of organization of the Communist International. The initial role of the Communist International in the period of the international revolutionary upsurge following the First World War, to fulfill the function of a general staff of the international revolution, gave place to a different stage with the ebbing of the world revolutionary tide and the development of highly varied national situations. The role of the Communist International as guide and leader in the foundation and early growth of the communist parties, and in tackling the basic tactical problems of the newly formed parties, reached completion as the parties developed in maturity with the evolution of relatively stable and experienced leaderships. In the era of the extending offensive of fascism in the 1930s, the Communist International fulfilled a new and all-important role of international leadership, demonstrated most conspicuously through the Seventh Congress, in leading the way for development of unity of the working class and the peoples against the offensive of fascism and war. But once the war of liberation of the peoples against fascism had opened out, and the coalition of states of varying social composition for victory in this war had been formed, and when the communist parties in a number of countries had become the principal parties in their countries, were leading. 283. The national struggle of their peoples, and on the way to becoming the governments of their countries, the old form of organization of a single directing center was no longer appropriate to meet the complexity of these conditions or the national responsibilities confronting the various parties. Therefore, in June 1943, the Communist International was dissolved, on the basis of a resolution adopted by the Presidium of the Executive in May, submitted to all the parties and agreed by all the parties. The resolution stated: long before the war it became more and more clear that, with increasing complications in internal and international relations of various countries, any sort of international center would encounter insuperable obstacles in solving the problems facing the movement in each separate country. The whole development of events in the last quarter of a century and the experience accumulated by the Communist International has convincingly shown that the organizational form of uniting workers chosen by the First Congress of the Communist International answered conditions of the first stages of the working class movement, but it has been outgrown by the growth of this and by the complications of its problems in separate countries, and has even become a drag on the further strengthening of the national working class parties. The resolution recalled that the Seventh Congress had already emphasized the need for great flexibility and independence of its sections, and that the Executive Committee should make a rule of avoiding interference in the internal organizational affairs of the communist parties. In reaching this decision, the resolution recalled the example of Marx and the First International. Guided by the judgment of the founders of Marxism-Leninism, communists have never been supporters of the conservation of international forms that have outlived themselves. They have always subordinated forms of organization of the working class movement, and methods of working such organizations, to the fundamental political interest of the working class movement as a whole, to peculiarities of the concrete historical situation, and 284. To problems immediately resulting from this situation. They remember the example of the great Marx, who united foremost workers in the ranks of Die International Working Men's Association, and when the First International had fulfilled its historical task of laying the foundations for the development of working-class parties in the countries of Europe and America, and, as a result of the matured situation creating mass national working-class parties, dissolved the First International, as this form of organization no longer corresponded to the tasks confronting it. The decision was further stated to be based on taking into account the growth and the political maturity of communist parties and their leading cadres in separate countries. This decision for a change in forms of organization did not mean any change from the basic principles of communist internationalism, which continued and continues with full force as indispensable guiding principles for all communists and communist parties in judging national situations. The removal of external organizational forms of expression of international communist unity and discipline only increases the importance of the voluntary self-discipline of all communists and communist parties in maintaining unity, cooperation, and common understanding between communist parties and fidelity to the obligations of international working-class solidarity. The subsequent period has shown the practical problems arising in finding under the new conditions the best forms of association and cooperation to maintain and ensure this essential free and voluntary unity of the international communist movement. The communists in all countries, leading the struggle of the masses of the people in their countries and faithful to that responsibility, and working in widely varied conditions and with different concrete tasks, are united by their common revolutionary understanding and theory, the theory of Marxism-Leninism, by indestructible international working-class solidarity, and by their common devotion to the aims of the working class, of the interests of the people, of peace, and of socialism. The coming era of the greatest advance of the international communist movement was simultaneously to bring the severest testing of the fulfillment of these principles in the New World conditions. Chapter 12. The World System of Socialism. The world communist movement has become the most influential political force of our time. Statement of the World Meeting of 81 Communist and Workers' Parties, November, 1960. The 2 decades since the close of the Second World War have seen the greatest advance of international communism throughout the world. In place of a single socialist state, extending to 1/12 of mankind, there had developed a wide array of socialist states, led by communist parties, and composed of 1/3 of mankind. National liberation from imperialism, defined by Lenin as since 1917 an integral part of the world's socialist revolution, has swept forward, dealing shattering blows to the chains of colonialism and leading to the establishment of an extending range of new independent states over the greater part of the former colonial territories, even though the battle against colonialism in old and new forms continues tense. The balance of the world has changed. The superiority of the socialist economic system has been demonstrated with the rate of advance bringing into close view the prospect of the output of the socialist world exceeding the output of the capitalist world. The achievements of socialism in the spheres of science, technology, education, and all-round social provision for the advancement of the people have created a profound impression also in the non-socialist world. This does not mean that the problems are ended or the road forward henceforth smooth. On the contrary, the imperialist 285. 286. Powers during this period have sought to organize the most elaborate counter-offensive, through all the apparatus of the Cold War with its armed outposts spread in every continent, against the advance of socialism and national liberation. While the initial imperialist dreams of nuclear monopoly and supremacy as the ultimate weapon of power against socialism have been exploded, the subsequent nuclear arms race has reflected the still precarious and dangerous stage of international relations. In the sphere of relations between the new socialist states, and within the international communist movement new problems have arisen, and sharp controversies, which clamor for solution. This era of triumphant advance is not yet the era of final triumph. In any record of the development of the international communist and working class movement, this modem period has outgrown the old forms of specific international organizations whose history and achievements can be narrated and reviewed. The old Communist International is dissolved since 1943. The so-called Socialist International, mainly of West European social democracy, is of little political importance, and has long repudiated any connection with Marxism or working-class socialism. This situation does not mean that the international working-class movement and the fight for socialism and communism has grown weaker. It means that the movement has so branched out and grown as to become coincident with the history of our times. Any record of its development would therefore have to be a complete history of the modern world and the various countries during the past 2 decades. All that can usefully be attempted here is to add a few brief notes on these newer developments. One change in the balance of the world at the 17th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in 1934, when Hitler had newly come to power, and Western reactionary circles were publicly speculating on a war led by Nazi Germany and Japanese militarism against the Soviet Union. The political report of the Central Committee, delivered by Stalin, sounded the warning. The bourgeoisie need have no doubt that the numerous friends of the working class of the USSR, in Europe, 287, and in Asia, will do their best to strike a blow in the rear at their oppressors who start a criminal war against the fatherland of the working class of all countries. And let not messieurs the bourgeoisie blame us if some of the governments so near and dear to them, which today rule happily by the grace of God, are missing on the morrow after such a war. It can hardly be doubted that a second war against the USSR will lead to the complete defeat of the aggressors, to revolution in a number of countries in Europe and in Asia, and to the destruction of the bourgeois landlord governments in these countries. The truth of this prediction was proved in the sequel of the Second World War. And sure enough, the spokesmen of Western capitalism have indeed sought to blame the Soviet Union, as predicted, for the fall of the fascist dictatorships so near and dear to them in Eastern Europe and their replacement by socialist states. From 1917 until the end of the Second World War, that is, for nearly 3 decades there was only one socialist state, the Russian Federation of Soviet Socialist Republics, which became the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The Soviet Union extended over 1/6 of the land surface of the globe, and comprised 1/12 of the human race. Regening from the utmost devastation and backwardness, the first socialist state had to struggle forward in the midst of a hostile capitalist environment, interventionist wars, ceaseless provocations and aggressions and organization of economic blockades. Nevertheless, on the basis of socialism the Soviet Union overcame this devastation and backwardness, and was able to emerge within 2 decades, at a rate of advance never before paralleled, as a foremost industrial and military power, just in time to withstand the shock of the assault of fascism, to smash the power of fascism, and thereby to save the world from fascist slavery and open the greatest era of liberation in human history. Following the victory over fascism in 1945, the consequent emergence into public political life of the anti-fascist popular resistance movements in the countries overrun by fascism, the advance of the international communist movement and the leading role of the communist parties in the popular resistance movements, and the parallel advance of national liberation. 288. Against imperialism, there have come into existence an extending series of socialist states led by communist parties. At the time of writing there were 14 socialist states, the Soviet Union in Europe and Asia, 8 others in Europe, the American continent, the Republic of Cuba. In addition, a number of the newly independent states have proclaimed the aim of socialism, and while in some cases this label has been used to cover reactionary social conditions, in others significant progressive developments have taken place, with increasing influence of the ideas and principles of Marxism-Leninism. Two people's democracy and socialism in Europe. The forms of advance to socialism have varied according to the different conditions. In Europe, the overthrow of the fascist dictatorships, following the advance of the Soviet armies, led to the formation of governments of people's democracy, based on the democratic anti-fascist parties which had participated in the struggle against fascism. While these carried through democratic social, economic and agrarian reforms, expropriating the great landowners and industrialists who had backed the fascist dictatorships or collaborated with the fascist invaders, there was no question of the immediate establishment of socialism, and the Communist Party or Marxist Workers' Party was not at the outset the leading party in all these countries. The preceding background led to varying conditions. In Bulgaria, where the Communist Party had a long tradition of mass popular support and leadership of the people's struggle, in Yugoslavia, where the partisan forces led by the Communists had engaged considerable Nazi forces, in Romania, where the partisans led by the Communists had been able to complete the liberation of Bucharest before the arrival of the Soviet armed forces, or in Czechoslovakia, where the Communist Party had been formed from the outset from the majority of the old Social Democratic Party of the Second Internationale, and had emerged as the largest party from the first elections after the expulsion of the Nazis. In all these 289 countries, the leading role of the communist parties at the head of the national anti-fascist liberation movement of the people was recognized and effective from the beginning. Hungary had been from the outset one of the strongest bases of support in the foundation of the Communist Internationale, and the Hungarian working class, with the communists at their head, had led the way in 1919 to establish the first Soviet republic outside the Soviet Union, a Soviet republic which was only overthrown, not by the Hungarian people, but by the invasion of foreign armies. But during the subsequent quarter of a century of fascist dictatorship, the prolonged White Terror had exterminated a heavy proportion of the leaders of the old illegal party. In consequence, the Hungarian Workers' Party had to a large extent to be built up anew, and in the first elections the Smallholders' Party secured the largest vote of any single party. In Poland, the many outstanding Marxist leaders had from early days played an outstanding part in the international working class movement, although often, owing to the conditions of partitioned Poland prior to the First World War, in other parties, as Rosa Luxemburg in the German party and Dzerzhinsky in the Russian party. Here also fascist dictatorship had caused heavy losses. The background conditions at the time of liberation, with a predominantly Catholic population, and the remains of strong nationalist anti-Russian traditions, dating from the time of Tsarism, but which had been deliberately carried forward and fostered by the Pilsudski type of National Socialism and the fascist rulers, created special problems which required patient and skillful leadership from the Polish United Workers' Party. In Czechoslovakia, the decisive turning point in the advance to socialism took place with the defeat of the attempted reactionary coup in February 1948. In the 1946 parliamentary general election, the Communist Party had won 38.1% of the votes, and the Social Democrats 12.1%, so that the Communist and Social Democrats had just over half the total vote and representation, and the bourgeois parties just under half. A coalition ministry was formed of all the parties on the basis of this representation, with the communist leader, Gottwald, as premier. In February 1948, with 290. The prospect of the Communist Party winning 51% of the votes at the approaching general election, the bourgeois ministers sought to stage a crisis by simultaneously resigning, expecting President Beneš on this basis to install a caretaker cabinet of high officials to displace the communist prime minister and conduct the election. But the entire united working class came out with a gigantic mass general strike, in a one-hour token general strike, and mass demonstrations all over the country, in support of their parliamentary majority and government. Premier Gottwald refused to resign, and held on with his coalition Communist and Social Democrat ministry and parliamentary majority. President Beneš had no choice but to accept the situation. This victory of the working class in defeating an attempted reactionary coup was oddly described by Western official propagandists as the rape of Czechoslovakia by Russia, although there was not a single Russian soldier in Czechoslovakia, and the action of the working class was taken in defense of the program for which they had returned a parliamentary majority at elections freely participated in by all parties, including the bourgeois reactionary parties. Indeed, it would be closer to reality to describe it as the first example of a peaceful transition to socialism by a united working class returning and supporting a parliamentary majority and defeating the assault of reaction without a civil war. Subsequently, the Western official propagandists have even sought to refer to the victory of the working class in Czechoslovakia in 1948 as the initial cause and justification of the Western Cold War, which had in fact been planned by the Western strategists, as previously shown, already in 1942. In Germany, which had been the focus of Nazism, a special situation existed. The provisions of the inter-Allied war agreements and of the Potsdam Treaty had called for the destruction of all military and fascist organizations and the establishment of a united democratic disarmed Germany. 291. After a temporary phase of four-power military control to carry through these provisions, the Communists and Social Democrats in the resistance movement, which had been maintained inside Germany throughout the whole period of the Nazi regime in spite of all the terror and ceaseless heavy losses, 14 had vowed to learn the lesson of the victory of Hitler and rebuild their parties after Hitler's downfall as a single united working-class party. The Western powers, however, were determined once again to rebuild the dominance of the same reactionary industrialists in Western Germany who had installed Hitler and sustained his power, and to rearm German militarism once again under Hitler's generals, regarding this as the indispensable safeguard against the specter of a working-class revolution in Germany, and thus repeating their disastrous error of between the wars. Hence they sabotaged the fulfillment of the inter-Allied agreements and Potsdam, built up the three Western zones as a single economic political entity, built on the payment of the reparations agreed from West Germany, which was already gorged with Nazi loot, to the plundered and devastated Soviet Union, and instead poured colossal dollar subsidies and supplies into West Germany, vetoed the unification of the Communists and Social Democrats, ordering them to remain two separate parties, and finally proclaimed a West German state in 1949, and followed this up by provision for its rearmament and inclusion in the Western military bloc of NATO. In consequence of this policy in the West, the agreements for wiping out the remains of Nazism and militarism and of the big industrialist interests supporting them were only carried out in East Germany. Here, in the heart of the old Junkerism which had been the scourge of Europe for generations, its very basis in the large landed estates was destroyed for all time, the properties of the big industrialists were taken over, the Communist and Social Democratic parties united to form the Socialist Unity Party. Only after the illegal West German state was founded, the German Democratic Republic was founded in the East. On the basis of fulfillment of the inter-Allied agreements and Potsdam, the German Democratic Republic was in reality the only legal German successor state. From the outset, the leaders of the German Democratic Republic and the Soviet representatives strove for a united Germany. Even as late as 1954, on the eve of the fatal step of West German rearmament, the Soviet Union made a final approach to the Western powers in a note proposing free democratic elections throughout Germany under international supervision to establish a united democratic disarmed Germany not attached to any military bloc, but at the same time they warned that if a rearmed Western Germany were established in a Western military bloc, then this would close the door thereafter to German reunification. The Western powers, however, including the West German Social Democratic leaders, deliberately preferred and chose the division of Germany, in order to secure the rearmament of West Germany as a part of NATO, since the dominant aggressive elements among them calculated on this basis to have the superior military power eventually to force the annexation of the German Democratic Republic to their state of the Krupps and the Thys-Sens, as well as to fulfill the further expansionist aims at the expense of Poland and Czechoslovakia. This policy of the Western powers to repudiate their Potsdam pledges, and to promote the restoration of the old Hitlerite reactionary industrialist and military forces, and even neo-Nazism, in West Germany, meant that the working-class anti-fascist leadership in East Germany and subsequently the German Democratic Republic had the most difficult task to fulfill of any leadership in the countries which had been freed from the fascist yoke. They had to operate in the impoverished eastern section of their country, deprived of the main industrial and richer regions, in the original home and center of Junkerism and Prussian militarism, and to find the cotters and re-educate a population where most of the bravest working class and democratic fighters had been exterminated, and Nazi indoctrination had been driven in by every means for 12 years. They were subjected to the 293 ceaseless harassment of saboteurs and agents organized in scores of counter-revolutionary agencies stationed in West Berlin and maintained with lavish American subsidies, and operating easily across the open frontier of the streets of Berlin until the building of the wall in 1961. For the fulfillment of the task of political, social, and economic reconstruction under these conditions, tribute must be paid to the working class leadership of the German Democratic Republic, including the cream of the old German socialist leadership who had survived, represented by Walter Ulbricht, the secretary of the party and chairman of the Council of State, who had been the associate of Karl Liebknecht in the fight against German militarism under the Kaiser before 1914, and in the old Spartacus League during the First World War, and so right through the fight against Hitler to the days of the German Democratic Republic. Thus the forms and stages of development of the new states of people's democracy, and the process of advance to the building of socialism, differed according to the different conditions in the various countries of Eastern Europe. Nothing could be a more fantastic parody of the truth than the conventional story offered by Western official propagandists that the regimes of people's democracy in Eastern Europe were artificial satellite creations of the Soviet armies. This parody comes with ill grace from the representatives of those Western powers who in the period between the wars installed, maintained, financed, and armed the most brutal fascist dictatorships against the peoples in the countries of Eastern Europe, without a hint of dissatisfaction with their anti-democratic practices. It is certainly true that those fascist dictatorships backed finally by the Nazi military machine, could only be overthrown by the power of Soviet arms, and not by internal factors alone. It is no matter for surprise that, after repression and white terror, the anti-fascist democratic parties were initially weak in some of the countries which had been subjected to a prolonged fascist regime, and that consequently the coalition governments of anti-fascist democratic parties, formed in accordance with the principles of the Declaration on Europe agreed between the Allies for the sequel to the 294 fascist regime, had an initially difficult task and situation in these countries, although in other countries, as indicated, their mass basis was strong from the outset. But indeed it would be nearer the truth, although also only a half-truth, to say that the old social order was only restored in other parts of Europe as far as the writ of the Anglo-American armies ran. It is probable that, so far as internal conditions went, had there been no Anglo-American imperialist intervention, the fall of fascism would have been followed over the greater part of Europe by regimes of popular democracy, that is, coalition governments of communist, social democratic and other anti-fascist democratic representatives from the resistance movement, excluding the fascists and collaborators and their parties, and with the communist parties in the leading role, and carrying through far-reaching democratic political, social, and economic reforms to strike at the basis of the big finance capitalist interests which had maintained fascism. But the conditions in Western Europe during the closing phase of the war were complicated by the fact that, while the democratic anti-fascist popular movement had reached a high degree of maturity, with the manifest leading role of the communist parties in France and Italy, the overthrow of the Nazi satellite collaborationist regime of Pétain in France or of the fascist regime of Mussolini in Italy took place at a time when the main overriding task was still the military defeat of Nazism, and the responsibility of the democratic anti-fascist movements therefore required the fullest cooperation with the Anglo-American armies, whatever the justified suspicions which might be held of the ulterior aims of the reactionary sections of the Western ruling class. The true feelings of the people were shown immediately after the defeat of Nazism, when it was precisely in Western Europe, in France and Italy, that the communist parties emerged in the elections held after the war as the recognized strongest parties of the working class and the people. Indeed, coalition governments on this basis were initially formed in France, Italy, and other West European countries. Within a couple of years, however, by 1947 American influence, economic and financial, was brought to bear to secure the exclusion of the communists and thus pave the way for the return of reaction. 295. 3. The struggle against counter-revolution. The victorious establishment of the regimes of people's democracy in the countries of Eastern Europe, replacing previous fascist tyrannies and domination by the big landlords and militarists, opened a new era of popular social, economic and political advance in these countries. This does not mean the path was smooth and easy, or that there were no defects and shortcomings in the countries of the new regime of people's democracy in the countries of Eastern Europe. The new anti-fascist political representatives taking over responsibility for their countries were in the main without previous government experience. Trained personnel for all the manifold tasks was in very short supply, since such previous training as had been available for the few had been bound up with the fascist regime. There were still not inconsiderable sections of the population who had been part of the official apparatus of fascism, or expropriated large landowners or industrialists or former White Guard officers, filled with hostility to the new regimes and ready for desperate ventures. There was ceaseless infiltration of agents and incitement from the West, as well as smuggling in of money and arms, to promote sabotage and insurrections. In the combat against these enemy forces during the earlier years of these regimes, some of the same defects which had characterized the later years of Stalin's leadership in the Soviet Union were reflected. Western agencies were not slow to take advantage of any such defects, popular grievances, or moments of instability during the correction of defects, in order to exploit these opportunities to stage attempts at armed forays by their agents, which had in fact no relation to popular feeling or the popular movement, but which were presented to outside public opinion by Western propaganda as supposed uprisings of the people. The first example of this technique was in Berlin in 1953, where a strike of building workers over work norms and rates on June 16 had been peacefully settled with concession of the just demands of the building workers, and then on the next day the Western agencies, having received reports of the strike on June 16, organized an armed foray of their agents on June 17, which had to be dealt with by the Soviet armed forces and was then presented to Western public opinion as a supposed uprising of the Berlin working people. 296. In 1956 a new stage of positive and fruitful advance opened in all the socialist countries, as throughout the international communist movement, following the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, which made decisive correction of the shortcomings and distortions which had arisen during the last 2 decades of the period of Stalin's leading role, broke many dogmatic shackles and opened a new perspective for the future. This rectification proved of vital importance in its outcome, not only in the Soviet Union, but in opening the way for corresponding advance in the countries of people's democracy in Eastern and Central Europe. At the same time, during the first phase immediately after the 20th Congress, the sharpness of the correction, which appeared more sudden and abrupt in countries outside than inside the Soviet Union, where it had been prepared during the preceding years, brought some trends of instability in some sections, affecting weaker elements. The steeled and experienced revolutionary Soviet people were able to take the sharp turn without disturbance, and swept forward along the path of triumphant new advance opened up bv this correction. But in the new and still relatively less experienced regimes of popular democracy the shock of the revelation of previous evils, the opening to critics and hostile elements, and the process of necessary self-criticism and reform, found reflection in a measure of instability and difficult political situations in certain countries, especially in the countries where fascism had previously been strongly entrenched, in Poland and Hungary. In Poland the difficulties were overcome by the strength, unity, and skillful leadership of the party under the guidance of Gomulka, who had himself suffered under the preceding repression, as well as by the mass popular understanding, and also among the conservative nationalist elements traditionally far from friendly to communism or the Soviet Union, that the maintenance of the independence of Poland and the Oder-Neisse frontier against the open aggressive aims of resurgent German militarism in West Germany depended on the alliance with the Soviet Union. In Hungary, on the other hand, a temporary breakdown of the functioning of the party happened, and the Western 297 agents were able to organize a short-lived counter-revolutionary armed putsch. The correction of the faults of the preceding regime under the leadership of Rákosi, the exposure of the monstrous fabrication of the trial of Rajk, the beginning of the correction of other injustices and arbitrary bureaucratic practices, and the resistance of some of the more rigid elements of the older official apparatus, all this led to a situation of general popular ferment and justified demands for reforms and extended democratization. This created an atmosphere in which it was easy for the hostile elements, ex-fascists, and Western agents to operate. The special danger arose from the fact that in this situation the party became demobilist. The party had been too rapidly expanded from a handful to 1 million, or 1 in 10 of the population within a few years, therefore without adequate concern for its composition and leaving an easy road for the entry of hostile elements. In the conditions of unrest the hostile conspirators were easily able to mix with, and pose as the genuine serious critics, especially among the younger intellectuals, and secure key positions in the apparatus, mainly in the press and on the radio, and to some extent in the police. These were the conditions under which on October 23, 1956, a peaceful popular mass demonstration was used by the counter-revolutionaries to begin armed violence. The Central Committee of the party met that night at once and took 3 decisions: to arm the workers, to carry out prompt measures against the armed counter-revolutionary fomenters of disorder, to invite, if necessary, the fraternal aid of the Soviet armed forces in order the more speedily to restore peace and order. These decisions were voted unanimously, including by Imre Nagy, who was known to be the representative of a right-wing revisionist grouping in the Central Committee. In order to demonstrate to the people the unity of the Central 298 Committee and the party, it was agreed that Nagy should become Prime Minister to carry out these decisions. What was not known at the time was that Nagy was already conspiratorially linked with the counter-revolution, and had circulated secret illegal literature advocating destruction of the regime of People's Democracy and the association of Hungary with the Western powers. Once installed as Prime Minister, Nagy sabotaged the fulfillment of the decisions of the Central Committee, which he had only accepted in order to become installed as Prime Minister. He refused to arm the workers, the key to any successful popular struggle against an armed counter-revolutionary coup. When the workers of a factory in Budapest, which had been invaded by a handful of armed counter-revolutionary terrorists, including the son of the former factory owner and a former White Guard officer, who had then constituted themselves a Revolutionary Workers' Council, had telephoned urgently to the Budapest Chief of Police for arms to deal with the bandits, the Chief of Police, who was a Nagy man, had replied on no account to take to arms but to use only methods of reason with the armed invaders. Nagy on his personal authority countermanded the orders to capture the counter-revolutionary headquarters. Nagy replaced the democratic functioning of the Council of Ministers by establishing a small cabinet of himself and a few associates and proclaiming unconstitutional decisions on this basis. On October 30 he proclaimed the dissolution of the Hungarian Workers' Party. On November 2 he reorganized his cabinet to consist of a majority of anti-communist representatives, including representatives of the Social Democratic and smallholders parties. Equally in violation of the constitution and his prime minister's oath, he unilaterally announced the withdrawal of Hungary from the Warsaw Mutual Defense Pact of Socialist States, without authorization either from his Council of Ministers or the National Assembly. Directives were sent out to the party organizations and through the party's central press organ not to oppose the counter-revolution, which was described as a great national revolution, and to obey the spurious revolutionary workers' councils. In consequence, the party and the workers were thrown into confusion. In this difficult situation the party had to be reconstituted. 299. On a basis freed equally from the rigid bureaucratic elements associated with the regime of Rákosi and from the wavering and treacherous elements. This was accomplished under the leadership of János Kadar, who had himself suffered from the repression under Rákosi. Meanwhile the counter-revolutionary fascist forces, encouraged by the confusion of the party, now came into the open, threw off the mask of professed aims only for tire so-called democratic reform of communism, began to proclaim their real aims with Cardinal Mindszenty's broadcast for the repudiation of socialism and the restoration of the privileges of the church and the old property owners, and instituted a gruesome orgy of white terror, with pogroms of Jews, torture and massacre of veteran socialist workers, public burning of the red flag and Marxist literature and other similar familiar phenomena of Hitlerism. Accordingly, on November 4, in response to the request of the workers' and peasants' government led by Kadar, the Soviet armed forces moved in to stop the orgy and prevent the restoration of fascism in the heart of Central Europe, with all the consequences which would have flowed from such a restoration, as already experienced in the period preceding the Second World War. This intervention of the Soviet armed forces on November 4, which was in fact delayed until the mounting White Terror made such intervention an inevitable necessity, not only saved the Hungarian people from fascism, but saved all the peoples of Europe, although the danger still remains from the hotbed of neo-Nazism in West Germany. The unhappy events in Hungary in November 1956 were the only example, during the close on 2 decades since 1945, in all the 8 countries of people's democracy in Eastern Europe, of even a temporary success of the Western agents and hostile elements in promoting even a short-lived counter-revolutionary coup. In view of the stormy previous history of this region, the hostile survivals from the preceding fascist dictatorships, and the ceaseless activity of Western agents, this is a considerable testimony to the popular support of the new regimes and the advance to socialism. After 1956, the stability of the socialist regime in Hungary, which had learned from the previous mistakes, was further safeguarded against a similar future attempt at a counter-revolutionary putsch by the arming of the workers, with the formation of the 300 voluntary factory workers' armed detachments in the factories, while the democratic economic and social advance in the subsequent years and rise of standards has been testified to by observers of all political outlooks. For the Chinese People's Revolution, the formation and development of the new socialist states in Asia has taken place under very different conditions from those of Europe, just as the emergence of the first socialist state on the American continent has taken place again in new conditions. The victory of the Chinese People's Revolution in 1949 represents the greatest sweep forward of the world socialist revolution since 1917, the second greatest working-class socialist revolution after the Russian Socialist Revolution. This victory brought 1/4 of mankind, the most numerous nation in the world, into the array of socialist states. It changed for all time the balance of the world. It disproved for all time the hoary fallacy that Marxism was only a European doctrine for European conditions. It exercised and continues to exercise a tremendous awakening and inspiring influence for all the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America subjected to imperialist domination and exploitation and still engaged in the struggle against imperialism. As Lenin foretold in his last article already in 1923, the victory of the Chinese Socialist Revolution alongside the Russian Socialist Revolution has made the future of world socialism assured. And this irrespective of any temporary tactical differences which may have arisen in the present phase. The Chinese National Democratic Revolution opened in 1911, and was seen by Lenin as part of the upsurge following the 1905 Russian Revolution. This democratic revolution of the Chinese people was conducted equally against the decaying feudal bureaucratic Manchu Empire, which was incapable of protecting the people from imperialism, and against the dominant imperialist overlords who ruled directly the treat ports along the coasts and therefrom maintained their octopus grip for the exploitation of the whole of China. The imperialists sought to strangle the democratic revolution by backing reactionary warlords who feuded with one another. After the Russian Revolution of 1917, the National Democratic 301 struggle of the Chinese people swept forward anew. Sun Yat-sen, its leader and the father of the Chinese Revolution, the original president of the Chinese Republic in the 1911 Revolution, and the founder of the Kuomintang as the organ of the National Democratic Revolution, after 1917 looked with enthusiasm to Lenin and Soviet Russia as the inspiration and guide for future advance. From the Soviet Union came volunteers to fight alongside the Chinese patriots and political and military advisors. On March 11, 1925, the day before his death, Sun Yat-sen wrote his final testament of guidance for the future in a letter to the Central Executive Committee of the USSR. While I lie here in a malady against which men are powerless, my thoughts are turned towards you and towards the fate of my party and my country. You are at the head of the Union of Free Republics, that heritage left to the oppressed peoples of the world by the immortal Lenin. With the aid of that heritage, the victims of imperialism will inevitably achieve emancipation from that international regime whose foundations have been rooted for ages in slavery, wars, and injustice. With this object I have instructed the party to be in constant touch with you. I firmly believe in the continuance of the support which you have hitherto accorded to my country. Taking my leave of you, dear comrades, I want to express the hope that the day will soon come when the USSR will welcome a friend and ally in a mighty, free China, and that our two united countries will march hand in hand in the great struggle for the emancipation of the oppressed peoples of the world. The Communist Party of China, which was formed in 1921, thus sprang from the midst of the already existing national armed revolution against imperialism and feudalism, and was formed by the most advanced younger vanguard representatives of the national revolutionary movement, who had won inspiration from the Russian Socialist Revolution and sought to find in Marxism-Leninism the solution of the problems of the Chinese people. The salvos of the October Revolution, as Mao Zedong said, brought communism to China. 302. The Russians carried out the October Revolution and created the first socialist state in the world. All mankind, including the Chinese, then viewed the Russians differently. Then, and then only, did those Chinese working in the sphere of ideology enter a completely new era. The Chinese discovered the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism which is applicable everywhere, and the face of China changed. The Chinese acquired Marxism as a result of its application by the Russians. Before the October Revolution the Chinese did not know who Lenin and Stalin were, nor did they know of Marx and Engels. The salvos of the October Revolution brought us Marxism-Leninism. The conclusion reached was that we must advance along the path taken by the Russians. When the right-wing leadership of the national bourgeoisie, represented by Chiang Kai-shek, in control of the Kuomintang went over to imperialism in 1927 and betrayed the revolution, turning the Kuomintang into an instrument of reaction and capitulation to imperialism, it was the Chinese Communist Party which carried forward the leadership of the struggle of the Chinese people. Through 22 years of epic struggle, against the Western imperialist overlords, against the Japanese imperialist invaders, and against the reactionary comprador and bureaucratic clique associated with Chiang Kai-shek, a difficult path was trodden with infinite vicissitudes to the final victory of the Chinese People's Republic in October 1949. This victory was made possible both by international and internal factors. It was made possible by the development of the New World situation and the advance of socialism following the victory over fascism in 1945, and especially by the role of the Soviet armies in destroying the Japanese armies in Manchuria and thereby throwing open key regions and vast supplies of arms and materials for the Chinese liberation forces, as well as by manifold further forms of Soviet aid and cooperation. Had there been no Soviet Union, had there been no 303. Victory in the anti-fascist Second World War, had Japanese imperialism not been defeated, had there been no people's democracies in Europe, had there been no growing struggle of the oppressed countries of the East, had there been no struggle of the masses in the United States, Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and other capitalist countries against the ruling reactionary cliques, had none of these factors existed, then the pressure of the international reactionary forces would, of course, have been much stronger than it is today. Would we have been able to achieve victory in these circumstances? Of course not. The victory of the Chinese People's Revolution was at the same time made possible through the indomitable and skillful political, strategic, and tactical leadership of the Communist Party, the discipline of the Red Army and the closeness to the masses of the people. Therefore the support of the people went to the Communists and not to the reactionary Kuomintang, despite the massive external imperialist support for the latter. The United States General Stilwell, American military representative to China in 1942, noted in his private diary the contrast between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. I judge Kuomintang and Communist Party by what I saw. Kuomintang, corruption, neglect, chaos economy, taxes, words, and deeds. Hoarding, black market, trading with enemy. Communist program. Reduce taxes, rents, interest. Raise production and standard of living. Participate in government. Practice what they preach. The victory of the People's Republic was the victory of a united national front of the four classes, the working class, the peasantry, the urban petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie, under the leadership of the Communist Party. 304. The political organ of the working class. This provided the basis for the completion of the democratic anti-feudal anti-imperialist revolution, and the advance to the construction of socialism. During the decade and a half since then, a gigantic record of construction and achievement has been fulfilled, transforming the conditions of life for 1/4 of mankind, and, alongside the example of the Soviet Union, helping to inspire the way forward for the host of nations emerging from imperialist bondage with still backward colonial or semi-colonial economy. Just as British imperialism had been the main imperialist power and oppressor in China in the 19th century and up to the Second World War, and Japanese imperialism had sought to take over this role between the wars and during the Second World War, United States imperialism took over after the Second World War. The American imperialists sought to strangle the Chinese People's Revolution by pouring out masses of arms and billions of dollars for the support of Chiang Kai-shek. When Chiang Kai-shek was driven out by the Chinese people, the United States government continued to maintain his satellite regime and army under cover of American naval guns and planes, and supplied by American finance, on the island of Taiwan, concentrated American warships and planes against the coasts of China, and spoke confidently of the reconquest of China in the name of Chiang Kai-shek. With the final victory of the Chinese People's armies in China in 1949, a massive invasion of Korea which could serve as a jumping-off ground against China, was launched in 1950 by American and other imperialists' armies, but Chinese volunteers stood by the Korean people, and after 3 years of war the American commanders had to agree to an armistice. Nevertheless, the United States continued to refuse to recognize China, and to block the Chinese government's rights in the United Nations. 5. Korea-Vietnam-Cuba. The Korean People's Republic developed out of the struggle against Japanese imperialism and after its downfall. When the Japanese were driven out of Korea, People's Committees were formed all over Korea, and a Congress of People's Committees at Seoul on September 5, 1945, constituted the Korean 305 People's Republic. 2 days later, however, the American General Hodges and troops landed, and began to dissolve die People's Committees, as this gave rise to the danger of a clash with the Soviet troops in the north. A temporary dividing line was agreed on the 38th parallel. Thus die People's Republic was confined to the north, while in the south the United States imported a Korean who had been resident 40 years in the United States, Syngman Rhee, to be imposed as virtual dictator in Sudi Korea. The program of the People's Republic was for peaceful reunification, and they sent peace missions for Die's purpose to Rhee, who promptly put them in prison. The program of Rhee was for the march to the north, that is, Die military conquest of North Korea with the aid of American arms. When the United States finally gave the green light to Rhee to go ahead, with the visit of Dulles and Atchison to Rhee in Korea in mid-June, 1950, as dire declarations on that visit plainly revealed, and Rhee's army began the invasion of North Korea, its collapse was immediate and the North Korean People's Army was met with a universal welcome by the people of South Korea. Hence the United States and other imperialists had to fight with their own troops, under cover of an illegal use of the United Nations flag. A prolonged war followed which finally ended in an armistice in June, 1953, with a very similar line of division of North and South. Provision was made for unification by free elections, but every proposal for this was blocked by South Korea, that is, by the United States. Thus up to the present the Korean People's Republic has had to fulfill its impressive achievement of reconstruction and building of socialism only in the North, while in the South a succession of corrupt U.S.-financed military dictators have followed one another with bewildering rapidity. The Democratic Republic of Vietnam arose in the struggle against French imperialist rule, with the National Front led by the long-established Communist Party. The French imperialists, after pouring in large forces and with American financial aid, were finally defeated at Dien Bien Phu. At the 306 Geneva Conference, which followed in 1954. Partition was here also imposed as the price of peace, and in the south the French puppet Emperor Baudouin was succeeded by American puppets, first Diem and then a bewildering succession of other American-backed military dictators. Here also the Armistice Agreement of 1954 had provided for peaceful reunification through free elections, as well as for the withdrawal of all foreign interventionist troops. The United States consistently violated these provisions, declaring that it did not recognize the Geneva Agreement. The United States conducted war against the people in South Vietnam, and by 1964 had 16,000 American troops operating in South Vietnam. Thus once again the socialist achievement of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, despite support by the entire Vietnam people, has so far had to be confined to the North. The latest newcomer to the array of socialist states, the Republic of Cuba, also reached this outcome along its own path and in an original fashion. The Communist Party of Cuba, constituted from the Marxist sections of the old People's Socialist Party after the First World War, had a long record of struggle against the American imperialist domination of Cuba. The National Revolutionary Movement, founded under the leadership of Fidel Castro on July 26, 1953, and known as the July 26 Movement, conducted a first unsuccessful rising in 1953, and an invasion and establishment of a guerrilla base in 1956. By 1958 a United Front agreement was reached, together with an understanding with the Communist Party for common action. A general strike of the workers accompanied the guerrilla military action, and by January 1, 1959, Batista fled. The Provisional Government of the Cuban People's Republic, led by Fidel Castro, first carried through the measures of the Democratic Revolution, including expropriation of the big landowners and of the satellites of American imperialism. As the American monopoly interests replied with successive blows, economic and political, aimed to sabotage the Cuban Revolution and reduce the Cuban people to submission, successive countermeasures followed, involving the nationalization of American monopoly. 307. Assets, and the revolution moved increasingly in the direction of socialist reorganization. United States imperialism was determined to destroy the Cuban Revolution. In 1961 the invasion, organized, financed, and armed by American imperialism, ended in a fiasco in face of the Cuban people's resistance at the Bay of Pigs. In a famous proclamation in December 1961, Castro announced his full support of Marxism-Leninism, and the inauguration of steps to merge the three Cuban revolutionary groups into a single party or United Party of the Socialist Revolution on the basis of Marxism-Leninism. The United States prepared an overwhelmingly powerful direct invasion to crush Cuba in the autumn of 1962, but the support of the Soviet Union, which had already provided the Cuban people with massive arms and material support to resist American attacks, met the new threat by installing in Cuba nuclear missiles capable of holding at bay the threat of an invasion, and only withdrawing them when the invasion was called off. This skillful strategy saved simultaneously Cuban independence and world peace, at a time when the dangerous aggressive threats of American imperialism had brought within view the possibility of a world nuclear war. The hostility of American imperialism to the Cuban Revolution has continued, with the maintenance of a ferocious economic blockade, and attempted bullying of other nations by sanctions on their shipping to prevent trade with Cuba, nor has the threat of invasion been abandoned. Nevertheless, the experience of 1962 has made these threats more difficult to fulfill, and the Cuban Republic has won increasing international support. 6. National liberation and socialism. The success in checking the plans for the American invasion of Cuba in 1962 has demonstrated and brought into sharp general consciousness the new balance of the world. A stage has been reached when even small, weak, and relatively isolated states have been able to march along the road of independent political and economic development in 308. The direction of socialism, and to defy the threats of the most formidable imperialist powers, thanks to the strength and support, both strategic and economic, as well as diplomatic, of the countries of die socialist world, and, especially and most decisively, of the Soviet Union. The victories and advance of the socialist revolution have preceded and made possible the victories and advance of national liberation in the modern world. Prior to 1917, every national liberation revolt was crushed without mercy by the superior power of imperialism. Whatever happens, we have got the Gatling gun, and they have not. With 1917, the first victories of national liberation were won by the Central Asian peoples previously subject to Tsarism, and now, in unity with the victory of the Russian working class, winning their national independence. The victory of the Soviet Union and the coalition of the peoples against Nazism and fascism in 1945 swept this advance forward. Imperialism was weakened in the world, and the hitherto subject peoples could advance. By 1947, the Indian people won the initial stage of dominion status, even though imperialism still retained at the outset some hold through the retention of a British Governor-General and British military command of the armed forces, as well as through the effects of partition and the continuing possession of key economic assets and resources. The victory of the Chinese People's Republic in 1949 was the new landmark, taking 1/4 of the world out of the grip of imperialism, and further inspiring the advance of all the subject peoples. By 1950 the Republic of India was proclaimed, and the Republic of Indonesia, whose sovereign independence had been recognized at the end of 1949, threw off the final shackles of the Round Table agreements with Holland by 1956. At Bandung in 1955 the Afro-Asian states proclaimed adherence to the policy of non-alignment, that is, refusal to enter into the imperialist military blocs, such as CENTO and SEATO, in which the imperialist powers were endeavoring to entangle them. In 1956 Egypt successfully withstood the Anglo-French-Israeli assault of the Suez War. 309. In 1958 the Iraq Revolution threw out the puppet monarchy installed by British imperialism. During the ensuing years the African peoples have been advancing at an accelerating pace in the establishment of independent states, with the aim of fulfilling the aim of all African unity in place of the imperialist system of fragmentation, although hardcore bases of colonialism and racialism have still to be overcome in South Africa, the Portuguese colonies and southern Rhodesia, and Congo has been the object of shameful imperialist aggression also after the recognition of independence. When Lenin wrote his thesis on the national and colonial question for the Second Congress of the Communist Internationale in 1920, the colonies, semi-colonies and dominions and dependencies accounted for 72.2% of the territory and 69.2% of the population of the world. In 1963 only 7.7% of the world's area and 1.7% of its population remained under direct colonial domination. This picture of change by no means implies that the struggle against colonialism has ended. Not only have the most intense battles continued against the remaining centers of the old colonialism or the rule of reactionary imperialist puppets and dictators, as in southern and central Africa, parts of eastern and Southeast Asia, or the Gulf states in the Middle East, and some Latin American states. In addition, imperialism has worked to develop its methods of what has been called the new colonialism or neocolonialism, that is, to maintain and even extend its hold over the newly independent states, by indirect political influence, by strategic arrangements and bases, or by far-reaching economic domination and penetration, sometimes concealed in the form of aid. Some of the most ferocious wars of imperialism have been conducted after independence against the newly independent states, as in the case of the Suez War against Egypt. In DI's continuous struggle of the exploited nations against imperialism, both before and after the winning of state independence, the cooperation and support of the socialist world, both in the direct confrontation of diplomatic and strategic strength to counterbalance the threats of imperialism, in the supply of arms where necessary to the national liberation movements fighting for freedom or newly independent states resisting entanglement with imperialist. 310. Military blocs, and in material aid to assist in the development of independent non-colonial economies, has been the decisive factor to make possible the victories won. This has been recognized by the leaders of the national liberation movement in country after country. Without the existence of the Soviet Union, the socialist revolution in Cuba would not have been possible. The Soviet Union proved to be the only great power which from the very beginning supported the people of the Congo in their struggle. Were it not for the existence of the Soviet Union, the movement for freedom from colonial oppression in Africa would have felt the full force of brutal suppression. Thus has been brought into being the alliance of socialism and national liberation, drawing into cooperation the majority of mankind, already foreshadowed by Marx and Engels in the preliminary conditions of the 19th century, and designated by Lenin in the period of imperialism and of the general crisis of capitalism as the path of victory of the world socialist revolution. The alliance of the socialist countries, the national liberation movements and newly independent countries, and the working class and supporters of peace in the imperialist countries, constitute a mighty political force in the modern world in the cause of peace, national independence, and social advance, opening the way to the transition to socialism in an extending number of countries. The newly independent countries have entered on the task of economic and social reconstruction to end the poverty and backwardness of the old dependent colonial economy, which existed to supply raw material resources, produced on the basis of cheap colonial living standards for the profits of the overseas monopolies, to die imperialist industrialist countries in exchange for high-priced industrial goods. For this purpose they seek to build independent balanced economies, to take over the resources of their countries owned by foreign monopolies, and to develop industrialization. For the newly independent countries the aim of economic independence is recognized as bound up with the extension of nationalization. 311. Both for taking over the resources owned by the overseas monopolies, and for the state development of power plants and new industries. Thus the Third All-African Peoples Conference in 1961, in its resolution on neocolonialism set the aim. The nationalization of the main plantations, banks, transport, and industrial enterprises which belong to organizations of imperialism. This battle for winning the economic resources of their countries out of the hands of imperialism meets with fierce resistance from the monopoly interests of imperialism. Iran's nationalization of the oil industry in 1951 led to prolonged crisis and the eventual replacement of the government of the national bourgeoisie, represented by Mossadegh, through a military coup organized by imperialism. Similarly, Egypt's nationalization of the Suez Canal was met with aggressive war and invasion by British and French imperialism and their Israeli vassal. Indonesian measures of nationalization of former Dutch assets had to be carried through against intense hostile action by the Dutch monopoly interests. The taking over of United States monopoly resources in Cuba was followed by the violent anti-Cuba campaign of the United States. The British war since 1963 for Malaysia, the artificial puppet state invented by British imperialism, represented a war to maintain possession of British rubber, tin, and oil interests in that region. On the other hand, this struggle of the newly independent states for economic independence, and to extend nationalization and industrialization meets with full sympathy and practical support from the socialist countries. Thus the advance of the newly independent states in their struggle to complete their political and economic independence moves along paths which are in fact helping to prepare the conditions for the transition to socialism. This does not mean that the conditions are necessarily ripe in the majority of these countries, either in the stage of economic development or of internal class relations, for the immediate construction of a socialist economy. In the majority of these countries the task is still to complete the democratic anti-feudal anti-imperialist revolution, to carry through land reform, to promote 312. Industrialization, to complete political and economic independence. This aim has been described in the statement of the 81 Communist parties in 1960 as the aim of bringing into being states of independent national democracy. In the present situation favorable domestic and international conditions arise in many countries for the establishment of an independent national democracy, that is, a state which consistently upholds its political and economic independence, fights against imperialism and its military blocs, against military bases on its territory, a state which fights against the new forms of colonialism and the penetration of imperialist capital, a state which rejects dictatorial and despotic methods of government, a state in which the people are ensured broad democratic rights and freedoms, and the opportunity to work for the enactment of an agrarian reform and other democratic and social changes, and for participation in shaping government policy. It is evident that progress along these lines is in fact preparing the conditions, economic and political, for the transition to socialism. Such a transition to socialism may develop in further new and original forms, as the example of Cuba has already indicated, in the newly independent countries in Africa and elsewhere. In many of these countries there are not yet communist parties, and, in consequence of the inherited conditions of colonial economy, the working class is not numerically large. In some of these countries the tendency has been for the unity of the national front against imperialism to be expressed in a single party of the national movement, with express exclusion of the existence of other parties. Such a single party formation, while differences of classes still exist, can be reactionary, but can also in certain cases fulfill a progressive role at a given stage in a given concrete situation of the national liberation movement, according to its content, program, closeness with the masses of the people, and freedom for the role of the working class and Marxism within it. In some cases, while the single party is maintained as the expression of the unity of the national front, the influence of the ideas and principles of Marxism-Leninism and its Reaper 313 Sensitives is able to play a significant role within the United National Front, and, while the independent role of the working class and Marxism-Leninism is in fact always essential both for the full success of the present national struggle and for the future of complete social liberation, the possibility may exist in favorable conditions for such a single party to develop in the direction of a party based on Marxism-Leninism and conducting the transition to socialism. The experience of the coming period will throw further light on these questions. 7 Successes and problems. Thus the development of Third World situation in the modern era during the 2 decades since the end of the Second World War has shown the enormous advance of socialism and national liberation over the greater part of the world. The most intensive and often violent efforts of imperialism and counter-revolution, organized through the forms of the Cold War, sectional military alliances, colossal rearmament, the planting of bases and troops all over the world, and the conduct of ceaseless overseas local and regional wars, have been unable to check this advance. In the course of these struggles the alliance of socialism and national liberation, of the whole anti-imperialist camp and camp of peace, has become strengthened. This change in the balance of the world, and the increasing economic, productive, scientific, and technological strength of the socialist countries, together with the breakdown of the Western imperialist initial assumptions of nuclear monopoly or superiority, has compelled significant sections of the leaders of imperialism to take account of the objective facts of the new situation and consider the possible necessity of serious East-West negotiations, that is, between the leaders of socialism and imperialism. These trends within the ruling circles of imperialism are still hesitant, and subject to continuous attack by the more aggressive sections. 2 abortive summit conferences took place, as a result of overwhelming popular demand, in 1955 and 1960, in the latter case the most aggressive American military espionage agencies had to intervene violently, with the shocking incident of the U-2 plane flying over the center of the Soviet Union to wreck the conference and prevent it taking place. Nevertheless, the pressure towards some relaxation of international tension, corresponding to the new balance of world forces, has gone forward. Notable landmarks were the outcome of the Caribbean crisis in 1962, with the final American withdrawal from the planned invasion of Cuba originally scheduled for that autumn, and the preliminary joint agreement in the sphere of nuclear armaments with the Partial Test Ban Treaty of 1963, initiated by U.S. Soviet negotiations, and eventually signed by over 100 states. President Kennedy's peace speech of June, 1963, urging Americans to reconsider the whole policy of the Cold War and prepare for a change of policy, was followed by the murder of Kennedy, under circumstances throwing a highly dubious light on the notoriously peculiar role of the secret police and intelligence services in the United States, in November, 1963. Thus the issues are still in the balance. But with the pressure of public opinion in all countries, and the continuously increasing shift in the alignment of world strength on the side of the advancing peoples, the new conditions have brought into view the possibility of achieving the aim of peaceful coexistence. The victory of socialism has now taken place in a wide range of countries embracing over one-third of mankind. The forms of the advance to socialism have shown great variety in the different countries in accordance with national and historical conditions of the people's struggle. But all have demonstrated the fulfillment of the basic principles of Marxism-Leninism governing the conditions for the successful transition to socialism, the leading role of the working class and its party on the basis of Marxism-Leninism, the alliance of the working class with the peasantry and other sections of the working people, the establishment of the rule of the working class and its party guiding the broad alliance of the people, the expropriation of the capitalists and public ownership of the main means of production, planned economy and the raising of the standards of living and social and cultural standards. The successes of socialist construction have been demonstrated in practice by the record of achievement of the socialist countries during these years. The 22nd, 315. Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union reported the following picture of the relative growth of industrial production in the socialist and capitalist countries measured on the base of 1937 as 100. Thus the industrial output of the socialist countries in 1960 was 6.8 times greater than in 1937, while the capitalist countries had increased theirs by less than 2.5 times. The socialist countries' share in world industrial production rose from 27% in 1955 to over one-third in 1960. The Soviet Union, which had already completed the construction of socialism before the Second World War, has entered on the first stages of the transition to communism. Soviet economists have anticipated that Soviet industrial production will outstrip that of the United States within a short space of years, and that the socialist countries will account for more than half of the world's gross industrial product. At the same time, agricultural production has increased in varying degrees above pre-war levels in all these countries. In the provision of education, social services, or the number of doctors in proportion to population, the superiority has become so conspicuous as to arouse anxious concern in the capitalist countries and successive announcements of crash programs to endeavor to overtake the lag. All this vast range of achievement and sweeping advance of socialism and communism in the modern era does not mean that there are not still many formidable problems to be solved. First, the international situation, although revealing significant advances in the endeavors for relaxation of tensions and for peaceful coexistence, is still dangerous. The strategy of the Cold War, the threat of nuclear war, the arms race which has shot up to astronomical levels, the ceaseless local and regional wars and armed aggressions of imperialism in all parts of the world, so that there has not been a single day of peace in the world since the end of the Second World War, all these 316 create a situation of potential explosion, place heavy burdens on the peoples of all countries, and block social progress. Hence the fight for peace, and specifically in present conditions for the ending of the Cold War and peaceful coexistence of socialism and capitalism, for the banning and destruction of nuclear weapons, and for general and complete disarmament, has become the central immediate issue of the modern international situation, of vital concern to the people of all countries, both the socialist and the non-socialist countries. Towards these aims the efforts of the Soviet Union and of all the socialist countries, as of all communist parties, and of a very wide range of supporters of peace all over the world, have been ceaselessly directed. Second, there are all the varied home problems of economic and social construction, defects and shortcomings to be overcome, the problem of agriculture and raising agricultural productivity, 1.5 shortages still in the supply of many types of goods, the tasks of combating bureaucracy and developing the best forms of combining the further extension of democratic participation in the running of industry with overall planning, as well as the lively controversies in the cultural sphere. Third, with the existence of now a wide range of socialist states, there are the problems of developing the best forms of economic and political cooperation between the socialist states so as to combine national sovereignty and independence with unity for the defense of socialism and peace, combined economic planning, and loyalty to the principles of proletarian internationalism. This problem has come to the forefront in the recent period, with the differences publicly expressed in the sphere of various questions of state relations between the Chinese People's Republic and the USSR. In a less sharp form, particular questions have also arisen in the course of planning for the aim of economic coordination of development of the socialist countries of Eastern Europe. Fourth, in the sphere of the international communist movement, very sharp and critical questions have arisen in the recent period. Now that there is no longer a single international communist organization, the essential task is to find the best means to combine the independence and equality of all communist parties with the indispensable unity of the international communist movement and fidelity to the principles of Marxism-Leninism. The 1957 and 1960 meetings of communist and workers' parties represented an attempt to find common ground, and indeed unanimity was expressed at the time by all the parties represented on the statements finally adopted. Nevertheless, the sequel has shown that the questions in this sphere have continued acute and have even reached a dangerous point. All these are problems which now clamor for solution in the coming period. Chapter 13. International Communist Conferences and Relations. To bring about real solidarity of the working class, of all working people and the whole of progressive mankind, of the freedom-loving and peace-loving forces of the world, it is necessary above all to promote the unity of the communist and workers' parties, to foster solidarity between the communist and workers' parties of all countries. Declaration of the 1957 International Communist Conference. Since the dissolution of the Communist International in 1943, the growth of the communist parties all over the world has swept forward without any fixed or continuous form of international organization to express their international unity. The resolution unanimously agreed by all parties in 1943 explained why the form of organization appropriate to the earlier period of foundation and development of the parties, the form of a centralist international organization and single international leadership, composed of representatives from the parties, was no longer appropriate or useful, when the parties had grown to mass parties, playing a foremost role or leading their peoples in a number of countries, and when the variety of differing national conditions and complex political situations in the various countries could not be handled from any single international leading center, but required to be judged and handled by the developed communist political leadership on the spot within each country. 318. 319. 1. New conditions, new problems. The justice of the estimation expressed in the resolution dissolving the Communist International was shown in the outcome. Once the foundations had been laid by the work of the Communist International up to 1943, the greatest advance of the international communist movement and of communist parties has taken place during the past 2 decades since its dissolution. As anticipated in the resolution of 1943, the communist parties have developed as leaders of their peoples in a number of countries. Some have become governing parties, organs of working-class political power for the construction of socialism, in a wide series of countries beyond the Soviet Union, so that in socialist states embracing 1/3 of mankind, communist parties hold the key political responsibility within the conditions of working-class power or socialism to guide the future of their peoples. At the same time, within the diminished number of remaining capitalist countries, communist parties have grown in numbers and in membership. On the eve of the Second World War, the communist parties in the capitalist countries had a membership estimated at 1,724,000. In 1946 the figure was estimated at 5 million, although the number of capitalist countries had decreased. By the time of the 1960 meeting of communist and workers' parties there were 81 parties with a membership of 36 millions. Today there are communist parties in some 90 countries in the world, with close on 45 million members. This is a new situation. The absence of a formal unified structure or single international organization of communist parties does not mean that the necessity of international communist unity in principle and in practice is any less. On the contrary, the need for such unity is all the greater, in a period of parallel existence of a series of socialist states, as well as in face of the new problems raised by the changed balance of the world's situation, and also in view of the increased diversity of conditions and extreme variety of stages of development of the various communist parties, some of relatively new formation. Consequently, the problem of the modern phase has become to find the best means of combining the essential unity of international outlook, general strategic and tactical orienta. 320. And practical action, which is the hallmark of Marxism-Leninism and the indispensable conditions for the strength and further advance of the international communist movement, with the no less essential principle of the independence and equality of all communist parties and of all socialist states. This problem is not so insoluble as its abstract formulation might make it appear. For the principles of Marxism-Leninism provide a common approach, on the basis of which it is possible to reach agreed solutions. Indeed, even where current controversies within the international communist movement are at the moment most acute, the broad outlines of the analysis of the modern world situation and of the main objectives to be pursued were in principle agreed or stated to be agreed at the 1960 meeting of all parties, and the differences tend to turn on the weighting of particular factors or the tactical conclusions to be drawn. Since the world's situation is in fact ceaselessly moving and changing, and Marxism-Leninism is no fixed dogma, but a living and creative theory whose cardinal character is the capacity to judge and respond to a changing situation, there is no occasion for surprise that there should arise from time to time differences of opinion among communists on the estimation of new factors in a situation or on the tactical course to pursue. Hence contact and interchange is important in order to endeavor to resolve such differences and reach common ground, or sufficient common ground to ensure united action. Such contacts and interchange are already and have always been normal in the relations of communist parties through the exchange of fraternal delegates at congresses, special visits of delegations or conferences of neighboring communist parties on problems common to their area or sphere of operations. At the same time, occasions arise, especially after sharp changes in the general international situation, when some form of international conference becomes necessary to estimate the new world situation, resolve differences, and endeavor to reach common tactical conclusions. Since there is now, following the dissolution of the outdated and no longer suitable form of the old Communist International, no longer any formal structure of international organization, there is no automatic machinery for this purpose. Steps have been taken, according as needs have arisen. The past 2 decades have seen various 321 steps taken to meet the need, although the problem is not yet solved, and further developments may in consequence still follow to promote the aim of international cooperation. 2. The fight against the Cold War. During the years immediately after the close of the Second World War, the international situation was characterized, alongside the advance of socialism and national liberation, by the Cold War offensive of Western imperialist reaction to endeavor to halt and reverse this advance, roll back the frontiers of communism, liberate the new socialist countries in Eastern Europe, and even, in some of the more extreme expressions, conquer and occupy the Soviet Union. The first official proclamation of the Cold War was made in the Fulton speech of Winston Churchill, under the presiding chairmanship of President Truman, who had seen and approved the speech, in the spring of 1946. The first formulation in terms of state relations was the announcement of the Truman Doctrine in the spring of 1947, to bring Greece and Turkey within the military orbit of the United States, and proclaiming the right of the United States to intervene in any country in the world to ensure the maintenance of governments approved by it. This was followed by the Marshall Plan offensive in Western Europe to bring down the coalition governments of communist, social democratic and other party representatives, which had sprung from the resistance movements, and exclude communists from the government in the countries of Western Europe. The attempted coup in Czechoslovakia in the spring of 1948 to conduct a similar operation there was defeated by the united resistance of the working class. In 1949 followed the formation of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization or Western Military Alliance, led by the United States, with the point openly directed against the Soviet Union and socialist countries, a direct violation of the United Nations Charter prohibiting sectional military organizations except against the menace of renewed aggression by Germany or Japan. In 1950 the decision was announced for the rearmament of Western Germany, also in violation of Potsdam and the wartime agreements of the Allies. The strategic foundation of the Cold War offensive was the assumption of the maintenance of the Western nuclear 322 monopoly and supremacy for the next 10 or 15 years, during which period, after the necessary military preparations had been carried through in Western Europe, the Middle East and elsewhere, and a chain of nuclear bases established to encircle the Soviet Union, at the moment judged appropriate, the showdown with the Soviet Union envisaged in the Fulton speech could take place. The aim to carry forward the offensive and liberate the people's democracies in Eastern Europe was openly proclaimed. The prospect of a triumphant Third World War against communism was during this period the common theme of prominent American generals and publicists and many Western statesmen, and was extensively popularized in such publications as the Collier's Magazine special issue in 1951 depicting an American GI best riding an occupied Moscow. 1-6 To meet this offensive, it was essential that the parties in the countries most directly threatened, that is, the parties in the Soviet Union and in the people's democracies of Eastern Europe, and also in France and Italy, where the American offensive had driven the communists out of the government, should be prepared, on the alert and in close touch. Accordingly, in September 1947, a conference was held in Poland of representatives of 9 parties, from the Soviet Union, 6 people's democracies in Europe, and France and Italy. The conference published a manifesto, and set up an information bureau for the organization of an exchange of experiences between parties, and, in case of necessity, coordination of their activities on the basis of mutual agreement. The headquarters of the Bureau was stationed initially in Belgrade, later moved to Bucharest. A journal of the Bureau was established under the title, "For a Lasting Peace, for a People's Democracy." The manifesto adopted by the 9-party conference analyzed the new features of the world's situation after the Second World War, and, in particular, the character of the reactionary offensive conducted by United States and British imperialism against democratic and socialist advance in the world and for the aims of world expansion. In this way a revision of alliances had arisen. In place of the wartime 3-power alliance of the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union against the fascist axis of Germany and Japan, the United States and Britain were now allied against the Soviet Union and the countries of new democracy, and were rebuilding Germany and Japan, as in the pre-Munich period, to serve this aim. So arose in the world situation of 1947 the confrontation of 2 camps. In place of the wartime division between the fascist and anti-fascist camp, the division was now between the democratic anti-imperialist camp and the imperialist anti-democratic camp. In this situation the task of the communist parties was stated to be to foster the unity of all democratic and patriotic forces, and to stand in the forefront of the fight of their peoples for national independence and sovereignty against domination by American imperialism, for democracy, and for peace. There is a great task awaiting the communist parties, that of preserving freedom and peace. They must grasp in their hands the banner of national independence and sovereignty in their own countries. If the communist parties stand fast on their posts, if they refuse to be intimidated and blackmailed, if they courageously guard the democracy, national sovereignty, independence, and self-determination of their countries, if they know how to fight against attempts at the economic and political subjugation of their countries and place themselves at the head of all the forces ready to defend the cause of national honor and independence, then and then only no plans to subjugate the countries of Europe and Asia can succeed. With regard to the very noisy threats of a new war, or Third World War for the destruction of communism, which were being freely spread at this time with large-scale publicity by the more aggressive sections of American imperialism and its satellites, the 9-party conference threw cold water on these 324 sanguinary expectations, and expressed confidence in the power of the peoples to maintain peace. One should realize that between the imperialist desire to unleash a new war and the possibility of organizing a war there exists a tremendous distance. The nations of the world do not want war. The forces who align themselves with peace are so numerous and powerful that if they defend hard and without flinching the cause of peace, If they show perseverance and grit, then the plans of the aggressors are doomed to bankruptcy. This clear analysis of the international situation in 1947, and confident and inspiring lead to the communist parties and peoples of the world to stand firm for national independence, democracy, and peace against the economic and political interventionist offensive and expansionist aims of American imperialism and its satellites was the main contribution of the nine-party conference which founded the Information Bureau. The cool-headed prediction that the very widely proclaimed plans at that time for a triumphant Third World War in the near future against communism would not in fact be easily realized, and that the peoples would prove capable of maintaining peace against these war threats, was once again proved justified, as with so many of the basic predictions of Marxism, by the outcome shown in the events of the ensuing decade. The danger of a Third World War has not vanished. But the peoples have proved successful so far to keep the threat at bay, and the international communist meetings of 1957 and 1960 have been able to carry forward this basic conception of the communist fight for peace to a new and still more advanced stage. The formation of the Communist Information Bureau was universally treated by the Western capitalist and social democratic politicians and press as the resurrection of the Communist International. This vision of a specter paid more tribute to their fears than to their intelligence. Certainly the analysis of the international situation by the Nine-Power Conference was of value for all parties, as for the working class, democratic, and peace movements in all countries. The periodical organ established, and printed in a variety of languages, was of use to make available information and reports. 325. Of the activities of parties. But the conditions of the Communist International were vanished and belonged to a past era. In the words of Pravda on October 10, 1947, deriding these hallucinations of warmongers frightened to death. The establishment of an information bureau by no means signifies the restoration of a global communist organization with a centralist leadership, such as the Communist International represented at the time. The Communist International, which played a positive role in the cause of educating leaders of die working class, has long become a past stage in the history of the development of the international working class movement. To return to the Communist International now would mean to go back, not forward. In practice, the Information Bureau held only 2 more regular meetings, although the journal continued to be published. The Bureau became involved in the differences with Yugoslavia. The last recorded meeting of the Bureau was in 1949. Its winding up was announced in May, 1956. By that time new conditions had arisen for the advance of the international communist movement. 3. Towards a new perspective, the basic assumption of the Cold War strategy of the Western imperialists was, as has been already explained, that the maintenance of Western nuclear monopoly or decisive superiority for the next decade and a half after the Second World War, in face of a Soviet Union economically prostrate from war devastation and denied aid or reparations, would give them time to make their necessary preparations, and build up their world system of anti-Soviet military alliances and nuclear bases, before then choosing their moment to launch their showdown predicted at Fulton, from a superior position of strength, and either ensure capitulation or a triumphant Third World War. This assumption proved erroneous. The Western nuclear monopoly was broken, and Soviet economy rebuilt and carried to a high level of scientific and technological equality, and even superiority in some fields, with the West, within the incredibly short space of time of a few years. The foundations. 326. Of the Cold War strategy were thus broken, even though its prejudices and preconceptions still lingered on during succeeding years. But the conditions opening out a new perspective for the world had been achieved. This great achievement was not easily won. During the first years after the Second World War, the immediate launching of the Cold War offensive by the Western powers, the extreme war devastation of the Soviet Union and Eastern European countries, on a scale without parallel in history, accompanied by the immediate stopping of Lend-Lease and refusal of Western aid to the country which had made the greatest sacrifices for the common victory, and the Anglo-American brandishing of the atom bomb and nuclear monopoly as the supposed ultimate weapon of power for Anglo-American domination of the world and for an approaching showdown to compel Soviet capitulation to Anglo-American terms. All this meant that after the cruel losses and ordeals of the Second World War there could be no immediate prospect of relaxation for the Soviet people. The heavy strain which had to be faced in the first building of socialism on the foundation of a backward and derelict economy, which had to be intensified still further during the evil days of fascism to achieve the impossible and advance within the space of 1 decade from backwardness to the strength of a foremost industrial and military power capable of meeting and smashing the fascist assault, which had reached a pitch of heroism, sacrifice and endurance without equal during the Second World War. This strain had still to be carried forward now at an extreme tempo to be prepared to meet the Anglo-American Cold War offensive, rebuild the shattered economy, and break in a short time the Western nuclear monopoly before the threatened Third World War could be launched. Once again the impossible was accomplished. The shattered economy was rebuilt in record time. At the outset, sometimes from holes in the ground in the most heavily devastated regions, the people had to rebuild their homes in the over 71,000 towns and villages razed by the Nazis, rendering 25 million homeless, to construct anew the 31,000 factories and 40,000 miles of railway lines which had been destroyed, to build anew 40,000 hospitals and clinics and 84,000 schools which had been demolished or damaged, more slowly, to 327. Begin to restore the 98,000 farms whose livestock had been looted. By 1948 the pre-war level of industrial output had been restored. At the same time, even at the cost of their own urgent needs, the Soviet people gave lavish aid to the new people's democracies to build and equip industrial enterprises, and, following the victory of the Chinese People's Revolution, to the Chinese People's Republic. In record time Soviet scientists and technologists mastered the problems of utilizing nuclear energy so as to be capable of producing also the hideous weapon which was the typical proud ultimate product of Western imperialist civilization and their supposed invincible monopoly panacea to ensure Western imperialist world domination. By 1949 the first Soviet atom bomb had been successfully tested. The Western experts had calculated that it would take the Soviet Union 10 to 15 years to reach this stage, and that in consequence they had this time to prepare the moment for the final showdown with invincible nuclear power, the prospective Third World War, for which their strategists announced successively variant prospective dates from 1950 to 1955. Now these dreams of monopoly were shattered. But there was still confidence of superiority, for the advance was already proceeding from nuclear to thermonuclear power. By 1952 the United States exploded at Eniwetok a heavy thermonuclear device upon the ground. But by 1953 the first hydrogen bomb was exploded by the Soviet Union from the air before the Western powers had succeeded in reaching this stage. The Soviet Union was now in front. This superiority became visible to the whole world beyond concealment with the advance to the rocket stage and the first Sputnik in 1957. The balance of the world had changed, also in the strategic sphere, as well as in the advance of the majority of mankind. Thus from 1953 onwards a new perspective could open out. The immediate Cold War offensive had failed. The balance had irreversibly changed. The 8 years since the war to reach this goal had still been harsh years for the Soviet people, years of continued emergency and strain, many shortages and superhuman effort. The negative features which had characterized the emergency regime of the later period of Stalin's leadership during the years of fascism had continued to some extent to characterize this period of confronting the Cold War offensive. 328. With the sudden and characteristically cynical reversal of all the wartime pledges of Tehran, Yalta, and Potsdam by the Western Allies to switch to the Cold War and the rebuilding of German militarism, the deeply ingrained and relentless suspicion and vigilance inherent in Stalin's outlook became all the more hard and embittered, sustaining the continued misuse of the security organs under the control of Beria, and culminating in the senseless concoction of the so-called doctor's plot just before his death. Nevertheless, the creative power of socialism and the socialist people, and of the basic democracy of the Soviet system, had triumphed. The goal had been reached. The conditions were now opening out for breathtaking new advances, for relaxation of tension, for rapid improvement of standards. A new post-war socialist generation was coming forward, typified by the Gagarins and the Tereshkovas, trained and molded still in the tough school of the hard years, but already stepping forward with boundless energy to take up the new tasks and astonish the world anew with the picture of socialist manhood and socialist womanhood, no longer through the triumphs of the Soviet armies, but through the triumphs of peace. The time was at hand for the harvest to begin to be reaped. 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in February, 1956, constituted a landmark of the modern international communist movement, and had a profound influence on the international situation. In fact, the significant changes and the creative response to new world conditions, which characterized the 20th Congress, and won general public attention through its proceedings, did not begin with the 20th Congress, but developed already during the preceding years. The response to the new conditions had begun during the preceding years before the 20th Congress first brought to general public awareness throughout the world the new advance. As soon as the war was over, the lifting of the wartime restriction and restoration of the functioning of inter-party democracy was begun. 329. After the war, the first step towards restoring inter-party democracy was the regular holding of party meetings and committee plenary meetings and reports and elections of party committees at the times laid down by the party rules. District and town party conferences were held in 1945-47, and regional party conferences met in 1947 and early in 1948. Congresses of the Communist parties of the Union republics were convened at the close of 1948 and in 1949. From then on, local party committees reported on their work, and were elected, at regular intervals. Plenary meetings of party committees began to play a bigger role as organs of collective leadership. Irregular non-Bolshevik practices began to be eliminated on the initiative of the Central Committee. This period, however, did not witness the complete elimination of the essential shortcomings in party work. After the death of Stalin in 1953, this process was carried rapidly and decisively forward. Between the 19th Congress in 1952 and the 20th Congress in 1956, energetic initiatives were taken in every field to respond to the requirements of the new era, with the decisive change in the balance of the world and the approach of the Soviet Union to the stage of transition from socialism to communism. In the international sphere, the ending of Western nuclear monopoly or superiority made it possible to take new steps to work for the relaxation of international tension and the replacement of the Cold War by peaceful coexistence. While the rearmament of Western Germany in 1954 as a part of the NATO Western military bloc rendered necessary the establishment of the Warsaw Mutual Defense Pact of the Socialist States in Europe in 1955, the formation of the latter to counterbalance and hold in check the former proved a steadying factor for peace. In 1955, following the signature of the treaty which established a sovereign disarmed permanently neutral Austria, the first summit conference was held of the United States, Britain, and France with the Soviet Union. Although it bore no fruits, the tremendous popular response all over the world revealed the universal desire of the peoples for peace. 330. And the old atmosphere of the Cold War anti-Soviet hostility fostered by the profits of the Third World War could no longer be so easily maintained. The Soviet Union had played an active part in promoting peace in Korea in 1953 and in Vietnam in 1954. Diplomatic relations were resumed with Yugoslavia in 1955. The visits of the principal Soviet leaders to Western countries and to India and other Asian countries, and the enthusiasm of their popular reception, had borne witness to the relaxation of international tension and the beginning of a new climate in international relations. The Bandung Afro-Asian Conference in 1955 had demonstrated the unanimous support of the wide range of states there represented for the 5 principles of peace. In the domestic sphere, no less active steps were taken during these years to carry forward the new advance in every field, economic, governmental and party, as well as in ideological and cultural work. A special attention was paid to agriculture, whose rate of increase was lagging behind the general rate of increase. The normal functioning of collective leadership and inter-party democracy was restored, where there had been restrictions, and strengthened at all levels. The security services were reorganized under effective and responsible party control. The security trials and sentences of the preceding period were brought under review, with the result that many who had been sentenced were exonerated, and many thousands were released from the prisons or labor camps and were able to return to party work. It may be noted that already in January 1954, the Central Committee had adopted a resolution on serious shortcomings in the work of the government and party apparatus directed against bureaucratic and formal methods of leadership, and in August 1954, the Organ Party Life had published a specific analysis of the adverse consequences arising from propagation of the cult of the individual, so that this particular issue was by no means, as is sometimes assumed, raised newly for the first time at the 20th Congress. Thus the 20th Congress in 1956 was in reality the culmination of preparations, which had entered upon during the preceding years, and which had now reached such 331. A degree of fruition as to make possible the opening of a new stage. The 20th Congress for the first time drew together the full analysis of the New World situation and the change in the balance of the world, and the consequent tremendous new perspectives now opening out. By the correction of the faults of the preceding period, the 20th Congress opened out a new era of creative development for the whole international communist movement. The Congress brought out the new features in the world situation which were resulting in a qualitative change in the balance of the world. First, the extension of socialism from one county to a world system embracing one-third of mankind. Second, the demonstration of the economic superiority of socialism by the measure of the relative rate of industrial growth over the preceding quarter of a century, and the prospect of the production of the socialist world soon outstripping the production of the capitalist world. Third, the sweeping forward of national liberation, with the near approaching prospect of the final ending of colonialism. Fourth, the development of cooperation between the socialist world and the newly independent nations, both in respect of economic aid for reconstruction on a non-imperialist basis, and for peace, thus drawing together the overwhelming majority of the peoples of the world for the cause of peace. On the basis of this analysis, alongside the concrete objectives set before the Soviet people for economic, cultural, and social advance along the road of the transition towards communism, new perspectives on an international scale could be set forward, of inspiring significance for the peoples of the whole world. First, peaceful coexistence and the realizable possibility of preventing a third world war. The old Marxist-Leninist precept that wars are inevitable so long as imperialism exists was evolved at a time when imperialism was an all-embracing world system, and the social and political forces 332 which did not want war were weak, poorly organized, and hence unable to compel the imperialist to renounce war. This applied before the First World War and before the Second World War. At the present time, however, the situation has changed radically. While the Leninist precept that so long as imperialism exists, the economic basis giving rise to wars will also be preserved, remains in force, the social and political forces of the peoples are now such that war is not fatalistically inevitable, that is, the reactionary imperialist drive towards a third world war can be defeated by the united front and vigilance of the peoples for peace. Second, the transition to socialism. The radical changes in the historical situation have made possible a new approach to the question. With the growth of the forces of socialism and democracy throughout the world, and the weakening of capitalism, a real opportunity could arise for the working class in a number of capitalist countries to unite the majority of the people, in conditions of capitalist crisis, for the defeat of the reactionary forces, and on this basis win a stable majority in parliament, and transform the latter from an organ of bourgeois democracy into a genuine instrument of the people's will. The winning of a stable parliamentary majority, backed by a mass revolutionary movement of the proletariat and of all the working people, could create for the working class of a number of capitalist and former colonial countries the conditions needed to secure fundamental social changes. At the same time, in countries where capitalism is still strong and has a huge military and police apparatus at its disposal, it would be necessary to be prepared for serious resistance of the reactionary forces, and in all cases the decisive and indispensable fact is the political leadership of the working class headed by its vanguard. The new, more favorable conditions have only been made possible because socialism has won in the Soviet Union and is winning in the people's democracies. Third, for unity of the working class. Here also, in relation to the split in the working class, the prospect of changing the situation is coming up. Life has put on the agenda many questions which not 333 only demand rapprochement and cooperation between all workers' parties but also create real possibilities for this cooperation. The most important of these questions is that of preventing a new war. Today many social democrats stand for active struggle against the war danger and militarism, for rapprochement with the socialist countries, for unity of the labor movement. We sincerely greet these social democrats and are willing to do everything necessary to unite our efforts in the struggle for the noble cause of peace and the interests of the working people. These were some of the major themes and perspectives opened up by the 20th Congress. It was in this larger context of positive and creative response to the opportunities of the new concrete world situation that the same vigorous and dynamic approach was also brought to bear on the question of internal renewal of the party to meet the new conditions, with rigorous exposure and criticism of the shortcomings of the preceding period, associated with the cult of personality and its evil effects, and resolutely sweeping aside everything that had become outmoded and was hindering our advance. All this was the historic achievement of the 20th Congress. 5. Defeat of the revisionist offensive. Following the 20th Congress, a very large-scale campaign was conducted by the capitalist press and official agencies, including the active intervention of the U.S. State Department, to hide from view all the major issues of the Congress and concentrate only on the correction of shortcomings with regard to the question of the role of Stalin, as if this had been the main theme of the Congress. Why is it that the enemies of communism and socialism are concentrating their attacks on the shortcomings about which the Central Committee of our party spoke at the 20th Congress? They are doing so in order to distract the attention of the working class and its parties from the main topics advanced by the 20th Congress that are clearing the way to further successes. 334. For the cause of peace, socialism, and unity of the working class. This campaign on the part of the hostile capitalist and social democratic camp was not successful, although some temporary confusion was created among some sections. All the communist parties of the world took serious heed of the lessons of the 20th Congress, both the new positive perspectives indicated for peace, working class unity, and the transition to socialism, and the correction of shortcomings and necessity for strengthening inter-party democracy. Advantage was taken of this opportunity by hostile elements, inciting for this purpose a few unstable elements in some of the parties, to endeavor to conduct a revisionist offensive, that is, to try to throw the baby out with the bathwater and, in the name of correcting errors associated with Stalin, to attack the basic principles of Marxism-Leninism, the dictatorship of the proletariat, the conception of the party, Soviet democracy, democratic centralism, and the impermissibility of factions within a communist party. This revisionist offensive was boosted with large-scale publicity by capitalism and right-wing social democracy in the hope of creating the effect of a crisis in communism. The temporary serious situation which arose in Hungary, as a result of counter-revolutionaries and enemy agents taking advantage of the genuine desire of the people for reforms, has already been described. In most of the parties the revisionist offensive won very limited support, mainly among a few of the younger intellectuals or those strongly subject to the influence of their capitalist environment. A certain number of waverers dropped away, and either passed out of political life or drifted into social democracy or reaction, but some of those who had been sincerely confused returned later, when they realized that the lines of the class struggle, of revolution and counter-revolution, of socialism and imperialism had not changed, and that the communist parties were going forward, as always, in the struggle. On this revisionist offensive, and the attempt by capitalism and right-wing social democracy to use the invented term Stalinism, Khrushchev commented, We cannot agree with those who try to use our criticism of the cult of the individual for attacks against the socialist system, against the Communist Party. While criticizing the negative aspects of Stalin's activity, the party fought and will continue to fight all who slander Stalin, all who, on the pretext of criticizing the cult of the individual, give an inaccurate and distorted picture of the period of our party's activity during which the Central Committee was headed by Stalin. As a devoted Marxist-Leninist and staunch revolutionary, Stalin will occupy a worthy place in history. Our party and the Soviet people will remember Stalin and pay tribute to him. Some critics are doing their utmost to cast a slur on this period of our party's struggle, to besmirch the high road blazed by the Soviet Union in the struggle for socialism. They use in a negative sense the name Stalinists for men devoted to Leninism, who have not spared themselves in fighting for the interests of the people, for the cause of socialism. By so doing, they seek to defame and discredit leaders of communist and workers' parties devoted to Marxism-Leninism, to proletarian internationalism. Critics of this variety are either inveterate slanderers or people who are sinking to the rotten position of revisionism and trying to mask their departure from the principles of Marxism-Leninism with shouts about Stalinism. It is not at all accidental that imperialist propaganda has added the provocative slogan of struggle against Stalinism and Stalinist to its arsenal. The communist parties of the entire world defeated this revisionist offensive and went forward with increased strength to new successes in the fulfillment of the perspectives which had been opened up at the 20th Congress. The 1957 declaration of the 12 communist parties of all the socialist countries unanimously laid down. 336. The historic decisions of the 20th Congress of the CPSU are of tremendous importance not only to the CPSU and the building of communism in the USSR. They have opened a new stage in the world communist movement and pushed ahead its further development along Marxist-Leninist lines. A similar view of the international significance of the 20th Congress was unanimously agreed in the statement of the 81 Communist and Workers' Parties adopted in 1960. 6. International Communist Declaration of 1957. In the New World situation, with the far-reaching perspectives opened up by the 20th Congress, and following the defeat of the revisionist offensive which had been launched by the enemies of communism in 1956, it became important for an international communist meeting to take place. Accordingly, following the attendance of representatives at the celebration of the 40th anniversary of the Russian Socialist Revolution, a meeting of delegates of 64 Communist and Workers' Parties was held in Moscow on November 16 to 19, 1957. At this meeting a declaration was drawn up by the representatives of the parties of the 12 socialist countries participating, and at the same time a peace appeal was issued on behalf of the 64 parties. The declaration analyzed the character of the New World situation, the advance of socialism and national liberation, and the weakening of imperialism, the aggressive wars conducted by the American, British, French and other imperialists, and the policy of certain aggressive groups in the United States aimed at rallying round them all the reactionary forces of the capitalist world. On the basis of this analysis the defense of peace was declared to be the most important task of the day. The Communist and Workers' Parties taking part in the meeting declare that the Leninist principle of peaceful coexistence of the two systems, which has been further developed and brought up to date in the decisions. 337. Of the 20th Congress of the CPSU, is the sound basis of the foreign policy of the socialist countries and the dependable pillar of peace and friendship among the peoples. The idea of peaceful coexistence coincides with the 5 principles advanced jointly by the Chinese People's Republic and the Republic of India and with the program adopted by the Bandung Conference of Afro-Asian countries. Peace and peaceful coexistence have now become the demands of the broad masses in all countries. The communist parties regard the struggle for peace as their foremost task. The declaration dealt also with the forms of transition to socialism, which may vary for different countries. The working class and its vanguard the Marxist-Leninist Party seek to achieve the socialist revolution by peaceful means. Today in a number of capitalist countries the working class, headed by its vanguard, has the opportunity, given a united working class and popular front or other workable forms of agreement and political cooperation between the different parties, and public organizations, to unite a majority of the people, win state power without civil war and ensure the transfer of the basic means of production to the hands of the people. In the event of the ruling classes resorting to violence against the people, the possibility of non-peaceful transition to socialism should be borne in mind. The possibility of one or another way to socialism depends on the concrete conditions in each country. On the parallel dangers of dogmatism and revisionism, the declaration made clear that revisionism was at the moment the main danger, but that dogmatism could become the main danger at one or another time or in one or another party. In condemning dogmatism, the communist parties believe that the main danger at present is revisionism, or, in other words, right-wing opportunism as a manifestation of bourgeois ideology paralyzing the revolutionary energy of the working class and demanding the preservation or restoration of capitalism. However, dogmatism and sectarianism can also be the main danger at different phases of development in one party or another. It is 4.12. 338. Each communist party to decide what danger threatens it more at a given time. A special attention was given to international working class unity and the principles of socialist internationalism, solidarity between the socialist countries, unity of all communist parties and fidelity to the principles of Marxism-Leninism, at the same time as creatively applying those principles in accordance with concrete national conditions in each country. Provision was made in the declaration for the convening of future international communist conferences when need might arise. After exchanging views, the participants in the meeting arrived at the conclusion that in present conditions it is expedient, besides bilateral meetings of leading workers and exchange of information, to hold, as the need arises, more representative conferences of communist and workers' parties to discuss current problems, share experience, study each other's views and attitudes, and concert action in the joint struggle for the common goals: peace, democracy, and socialism. 7. International Communist Statement of 1960. During the succeeding years it became clear that, while unanimity had been recorded in the 1957 declaration, some differences still continued to be expressed in some quarters. Hence it became desirable to hold a further international communist meeting in order to resolve the differences as well as to define policy on the further development of the world's situation. Such a meeting was held in November 1960, in Moscow, following the celebration of the 43rd anniversary of the Russian Socialist Revolution. It was a measure of the further growth of the international communist movement, and of the representative character of this meeting, that the delegations of 81 communist and workers' parties took part, covering virtually all the countries of the European, Asian, American, and Australasian continents, and a number of African countries. The statement adopted by the meeting recorded that there were now communist parties active in 81 countries of the world, with a total membership of 36 million. Prolonged and careful discussion. 339. Took place on all the points of a very full and explicit statement of the policy of the international communist movement in the modern world situation. There was no question of a rubber stamp endorsement by any delegation, and some of the formulations represented the outcome of a compromise of viewpoints in the course of discussion. In the end, unanimity was reached by the representatives of all the 81 parties on the statement, which was published to the world in their name. 17. As this 1960 statement represents the most recent and authoritative definition of the viewpoint and policy of the international communist movement in the modern world situation, agreed at the time by all the communist parties, it is important to note briefly some of the points and lines of thought covered. At the same time, it is necessary to recognize that the full theoretical analysis and tactical conclusions drawn can only be adequately studied in the complete text. The statement, after confirming the findings of the 1957 declaration, and noting that the historical developments there analyzed had been carried further forward during the ensuing 3 years, began with the decisive question of the definition of the present epoch. Our time, whose main content is the transition from capitalism to socialism initiated by the Great October Revolution, is a time of struggle between the two opposing social systems, a time of socialist revolutions and national liberation revolutions, a time of the breakdown of imperialism, of the abolition of the colonial system, a time of transition of more peoples to the socialist path, of the triumph of socialism and communism on a worldwide scale. It is the principal characteristic of our time that the world socialist system is becoming the decisive factor in the development of society. Today it is the world socialist system and the forces fighting against imperialism, for a socialist transformation of society, that determine the main content, main trend, and main features of the historical development of society. This increasing influence of the world socialist system on world development is exercised, under present conditions, mainly by peaceful means in the field of economic construction and peaceful economic competition between the two systems, by the demonstration of the superiority of socialism and by the force of example. The course of social development proves right Lenin's prediction that the countries of victorious socialism would influence the development of world revolution chiefly by their economic construction. By the force of its example, the world socialist system is revolutionizing the thinking of the working people in the capitalist countries. On the other hand, with the increasing contradictions of capitalism in the present period of narrowing monopoly and state monopoly capitalism, and with the operation of the law of uneven development leading to increased inequality and antagonisms between capitalist nations and states, the imperialists have resorted to offensives against democracy and establishment of dictatorships in a number of countries, and on an international scale to building up military alliances under the leadership of the United States to defeat the advance of socialism and national liberation. The imperialists form military political alliances under U.S. leadership to fight in common against the socialist camp and to strangle the national liberation, working class, and socialist movements. International developments in recent years have furnished many new proofs of the fact that U.S. imperialism is the chief bulwark of world reaction and an international gendarme. But the rising tide of popular struggles, of anti-imperialist, national liberation, anti-war and class struggles weakens imperialism and the fulfillment of its aggressive plans, and has won many victories. From this follows the character of the present new stage in the general crisis of capitalism, which differs from the previous stages in that it is not the outcome of a world war. 341. A new stage has begun in the development of the general crisis of capitalism. This stage is distinguished by the fact that it has set in, not as a result of the World War, but in the conditions of competition and struggle between the two systems, an increasing change in the balance of forces in favor of socialism, and marked aggravation of all the contradictions of capitalism. So it built up the picture of the unity of the struggle of the peoples today, with the international working class and its chief creation, the world socialist system as the central factors. The peoples who are building socialism and communism, the revolutionary movement of the working class in the capitalist countries, the national liberation struggle of the oppressed peoples and the general democratic movement, these great forces of our time are merging into one powerful current that undermines and destroys the world imperialist system. The central factors of our day are the international working class and its chief creation, the world socialist system. They are an earnest of victory in the struggle for peace, democracy, national liberation, socialism, and human progress. Such is the broad picture presented of the modern world situation and its governing forces. From this basic theoretical analysis, carrying forward the conceptions of Marxism-Leninism in terms of the modern world, are drawn the political conclusions in the following sections. In relation to the world socialist camp, the combination of independence of the socialist states with cooperation and mutual assistance in construction, aimed towards common objectives, and with unity and solidarity against imperialism was emphasized. The socialist camp is a social, economic, and political community of free and sovereign peoples united by the close bonds of international socialist solidarity, by common interests and objectives, and following the path of socialism and communism. Security against capitalist restoration or imperialist intervention is ensured by the united strength of the socialist camp. Today the restoration of capitalism has been made socially and economically impossible, not only in the 342 Soviet Union, but in the other socialist countries as well. The combined forces of the socialist camp reliably safeguard every socialist country against encroachments by imperialist reaction. On the question of national division, the elimination of class antagonisms and unity of interests in the construction of socialism provide the most favorable conditions for the overcoming of national antagonisms, but this does not mean that the latter automatically disappear. A ceaseless conscious struggle has to be waged for the principles of internationalism. One of the greatest achievements of the world socialist system is the practical confirmation of the Marxist-Leninist thesis that national antagonisms diminish with the decline of class antagonisms. Manifestations of nationalism and national narrow-mindedness do not disappear automatically with the establishment of the socialist system. If fraternal relations and friendship between the socialist countries are to be strengthened, it is necessary that the Communist and Workers' parties pursue a Marxist-Leninist internationalist policy, that all working people be educated in a spirit of internationalism and patriotism, and that a resolute struggle be waged to eliminate the survivals of bourgeois nationalism and chauvinism. As in the 1957 declaration, the struggle for peace was stated to be the central task in the present situation. The problem of war and peace is the most burning problem of our time. As long as imperialism exists, there will be soil for wars of aggression. The peoples of all countries know that the danger of a new world war still persists. U.S. imperialism is the main force of aggression and war. The statement further emphasized the new and qualitative change brought into the character of any future world war through the development of nuclear weapons. Monstrous means of mass annihilation and destruction have been developed which, if used in a new war, can cause unheard of destruction to entire countries and reduce key centers of world industry and culture to ruins. Such a war would bring death and suffering to hundreds. 343. Of millions of people, among them people in countries not involved in it. Imperialism spells grave danger to the whole of mankind. Nevertheless, despite the unchanged aggressive nature of imperialism, the change in the balance of world forces has now brought within reach the possibility for the peoples to defeat the menace of a new world war. The aggressive nature of imperialism has not changed. But real forces have appeared that are capable of foiling its plans of aggression. War is not fatally inevitable. The time has come when the attempts of the imperialist aggressors to start a world war can be curbed. World war can be prevented by the joint efforts of the world socialist camp, the international working class, the national liberation movement, all the countries opposing war, and all peace-loving forces. While only the world victory of socialism and end of capitalism can finally end the causes of wars, the further growth of the forces of socialism, national liberation, and peace can banish world war even before capitalism has disappeared everywhere. The prospect draws in view in the near future of new victories of socialism and peace, the socialist system turning out more than half the world's industrial product, the expansion of the peace zone of states cooperating in the cause of peace, the completion of the disintegration of the colonial system, the establishment of absolute superiority of the forces of socialism and peace. In these conditions, a real possibility will have arisen to exclude world war from the life of society even before socialism achieves complete victory on earth, with capitalism still existing in a part of the world. The victory of socialism all over the world will completely remove the social and national causes of all wars. Peaceful coexistence is the necessary aim of the fight for peace in the present world situation of the parallel existence of states with opposing social systems. Peaceful coexistence of countries with different systems or destructive war, this is the alternative today. There is no other choice. Peaceful coexistence of states does not imply renunciation of the class struggle as the revisionists claim. 344. In conditions of peaceful coexistence, favorable opportunities are provided for the development of the class struggle in the capitalist countries and the national liberation movement of the peoples of the colonial and dependent countries. In their turn, the successes of the revolutionary class and national liberation struggle promote peaceful coexistence. The struggle for peaceful coexistence is associated with the struggle to end the arms race and for the program of general and complete disarmament as advocated by the Soviet Union. The possibility of achieving peaceful coexistence results from the new balance of the world's situation, since this compels a definite section of the ruling class in the imperialist countries to take serious account of the new balance of forces and of the dire consequences of a modern war, and therefore to favor a policy of peaceful coexistence to replace the policies of the Cold War. Thus, while the aggressive nature of imperialism has not changed, this change in the world balance in favor of the peoples has found reflection in the role of this definite section of the ruling class in the imperialist countries favoring peaceful coexistence. The policy of peaceful coexistence is also favored by a definite section of the bourgeoisie of the developed capitalist countries, which takes a sober view of the relationship of forces and of the dire consequences of a modern war. 18. The victories of national liberation are the second great feature of the present epoch, following the establishment of the world socialist system. The complete collapse of colonialism is imminent. The breakdown of the system of colonial slavery under the impact of the national liberation movement is a development ranking second in historic importance only to the formation of the world socialist system. The 1960 statement covered important new ground in this field, going beyond the ground covered in the 1957 declaration. The statement exposed all the new methods by which the imperialists endeavor to emasculate and undermine the national sovereignty of the newly free countries by drawing them into military blocs, implanting military dictatorships or setting up puppets in power or bribing a section of the bourgeoisie, or seeking to preserve their positions and capture new positions in the economy of the newly independent countries under the guise of economic aid. In this context, the statement gave careful attention to the problems of the peoples of the newly independent countries after winning political independence, the role of different classes and parties, the tasks of the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal, democratic revolution to consolidate independence against imperialism and carry forward social and economic reconstruction. So was set out the general guiding line of the aim of establishing states of independent national democracy. On the transition to socialism, the statement set out very fully the guiding lines of the communist approach in the conditions of present-day capitalism and the present stage of the working class movement in the various capitalist countries. In the developed capitalist countries, the immediate aim is to build up unity of the working class and widest sections of the people against the domination of the big monopolies. Communists hold that this unity can be achieved on the basis of the struggle for peace, national independence, the protection and extension of democracy, nationalization of the key branches of economy and democratization of their management, the use of the entire economy for peaceful purposes in order to satisfy the needs of the population, implementation of radical reforms, improvement of the living conditions of the working people, protection of the interests of the peasantry and the small and middle urban bourgeoisie against the tyranny of the monopolies. Communists regard the struggle for democracy as part of the struggle for socialism. Especially important is the aim to promote working class unity, both the restoration of unity in the trade union movement in countries where it is split, as well as on the international scale, and cooperation between communists and social democrats. Communists will continue to criticize the ideological positions and right-wing opportunist practices of the Social Democrats. They will continue to work to induce the social democratic masses to adopt policies of consistent class struggle against capitalism, for the triumph of socialism. The Communists are firmly convinced that the ideological differences which exist between themselves and the Social Democrats must not hinder exchanges of opinion on the pressing problems of the working class movement and the joint struggle, especially against the war danger. Communists regard Social Democrats among the working people as their class brothers. They often work together in trade unions and other organizations, and fight jointly for the interests of the working class and the people as a whole. Such united action of the working class and all sections of the people in the fight against the monopolies for living needs, democratic demands, social and economic reforms, and in the cause of peace, prepares the conditions for the further 347. Advance to the change of social system, that is, the transition to socialism. This change can only be determined by the choice of the people within each country in accordance with their conditions and development. The choice of social system is the inalienable right of the people of each country. Socialist revolution cannot be imported, nor imposed from without. It is a result of the internal development of the country concerned, of the utmost sharpening of social contradictions within it. The communist parties, which guide themselves by the Marxist-Leninist doctrine, have always been against the export of revolution. At the same time they fight resolutely against imperialist export of counter-revolution. The formulations on the possibility of a peaceful transition to socialism in a number of capitalist countries through a united working class leading the majority of the people, defeating the reactionary forces, seeming a stable majority in parliament, and transforming parliament from an instrument of the capitalist class into an instrument serving the working people, with the accompanying warning on the possibility of the exploiters resorting to violence and compelling a non-peaceful transition to socialism, repeat and amplify the similar formulations already set out in the 1957 Declaration. Relying on the majority of the people and resolutely rebuffing the opportunist elements incapable of relinquishing the policy of compromise with the capitalists and landlords, the working class can defeat the reactionary anti-popular forces, secure a firm majority in parliament, transform parliament from an instrument serving the class interests of the bourgeoisie into an instrument serving the working people, launch an extra-parliamentary mass struggle, smash the resistance of the reactionary forces and create the necessary conditions for the peaceful realization of the socialist revolution. In the event of the exploiting classes resorting to violence against the people, the possibility of non-peaceful transition to socialism should be borne in mind. The actual possibility of the one or the other way of transition to socialism in each individual country depends on the concrete historical conditions. It should be noted that this conception of the more favorable 348 conditions today, following the establishment of the world system of socialism and the change in the world balance, making possible a peaceful transition to socialism in a number of countries, was not a new departure of the 1957 Declaration and 1960 Statement, but had previously been set out at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and had already before that had wide currency in the international communist movement in the 1950s. Thus, for example, this conception, including the transformation of parliament by the role of a united working class and extra-parliamentary mass movement, had already been very explicitly elaborated in the program of the British Communist Party adopted at its Congress in 1951, The British Road to Socialism. The text of this program was republished at the time in Pravda and other communist organs, with references to it as a creative expression of Marxism-Leninism, thereby suggesting that this conception had the concurrence of other parties, including the Communist Party of the Soviet Union at a time when Stalin was leading its Central Committee. Hence the conception arose as a development of modern communist thought, in response to changed world conditions, during the period while Stalin was exercising his leading role, and not as an innovation after the period of Stalin. The final section of the statement devoted the most careful attention to the international communist movement, its development, and the relations of communist parties. Through the ideological defeat of the international offensive of revisionism, the communist parties had gained in strength. Special attention was paid to the Yugoslav form of revisionism, which had come anew into the forefront of attention subsequently to the 1957 Declaration, through the publication of the 1958 revisionist program of the Yugoslav Party. On the parallel fight against revisionism and dogmatism, the statement reiterated the line of the 1957 Declaration, calling for a determined struggle on two fronts: against revisionism, which remains the main danger, and against dogmatism and sectarianism. Dogmatism and sectarianism in theory and practice can also become the main danger at some stage of development of individual parties, unless combated unrelentingly. 349. In this concluding section on the international communist movement, the greatest emphasis was laid on the vital necessity and duty to maintain international communist unity. The interests of the struggle for the working class cause demand of each communist party and of the great army of communists ever closer unity of will and action. It is the supreme internationalist duty of every Marxist-Leninist party to work continuously for greater unity in the world communist movement. a resolute defense of the unity of the world communist movement on the principles of Marxism-Leninism and proletarian, and the prevention of any actions which may undermine that unity, are a necessary condition for victory in the struggle for national independence, democracy, and peace, for the successful accomplishment of the tasks of the socialist revolution and of the building of socialism and communism. Violation of these principles would impair the forces of communism. While all communist parties are independent with equal rights, their duty is to maintain solidarity and support one another. All the Marxist-Leninist parties are independent and have equal rights. They shape their policies according to the specific conditions in their respective countries and in keeping with Marxist-Leninist principles, and support each other. The success of the working class cause in any country is unthinkable without the internationalist solidarity of all Marxist-Leninist parties. Every party is responsible to the working class, to the working people of its country, to the international working class and communist movement as a whole. What happens in the event of questions arising with regard to the activity of a brother party? The machinery for consultation in such an event was very explicitly laid down. Whenever a party wants to clear up questions relating to the activities of another fraternal party, its leadership approaches the leadership of the party concerned. If necessary, they hold meetings and consultation. Broader meetings of parties may be held to exchange views or discuss joint actions. The Communist and Workers' parties hold meetings. 350. Whenever necessary to discuss urgent problems, to share experiences, acquaint themselves with each other's views and positions, work out common views through consultations and coordinate joint actions in the struggle for common goals. The experience of the two major meetings, in 1957 and 1960, has shown that in present-day conditions such meetings are an effective form of exchanging views and experience, enriching Marxist-Leninist theory by collective effort and elaborating a common attitude in the struggle for common objectives. Within the fraternity of communist parties, the vanguard role of the Party of the Soviet Union was unanimously recognized by all parties. The Communist and Workers' parties unanimously declare that the Communist Party of the Soviet Union has been, and remains, the universally recognized vanguard of the world communist movement, being the most experienced and steeled contingent of the international communist movement. The experience which the CPSU has gained in the struggle for the victory of the working class, in socialist construction and in the full-scale construction of communism, is of fundamental significance for the whole of the world communist movement. The example of the CPSU and its fraternal solidarity inspire all the communist parties in their struggle for peace and socialism, and represent the revolutionary principles of proletarian internationalism applied in practice. The historic decisions of the 20th Congress of the CPSU are not only of great importance for the CPSU and communist construction in the USSR, but have initiated a new stage in the world communist movement, and have promoted its development on the basis of Marxism-Leninism. Finally, an important agreed conclusion was recorded in the course of this section that all parties should show solidarity in the observance of the estimates and conclusions reached at joint meetings of parties such as this 1960 meeting. Communists throughout the world are united by the great doctrine of Marxism-Leninism and by the joint. 351. Struggle for its realization. The interests of the communist movement require solidarity by every communist party in the observance of the estimates and conclusions on the common tasks in the struggle against imperialism, for peace, democracy, and socialism, jointly reached by the fraternal parties at their meetings. Thus the 1960 statement developed and amplified the 1957 declaration, and clarified many points on which discussion had arisen, including on questions of the relations between communist parties and the necessary procedure to combine the independence and equality of all parties with the indispensable supreme aim of maintaining and strengthening international communist unity on the basis of the principles of Marxism-Leninism and observance and fulfillment of the agreed decisions reached at joint fraternal meetings of the parties. Together, the 1957 Declaration and the 1960 Statement constitute the two most important documents of modern communism. Their conclusions were not only agreed unanimously at the time, after full discussion, by the accredited representatives of all the communist parties participating, but were subsequently endorsed by the central committees and congresses of all communist parties all over the world. Thus they may be regarded as authoritative statements of the modern communist viewpoint. Even where subsequent controversies have arisen, and very sharp subsequent controversies have arisen, all parties concerned initially proclaimed fidelity to these two documents, and appealed to these two documents to supply confirmation of one or another particular view. This significant fact does not mean that such appeals were in every case justified. Nor does it mean that the documents lack clarity or can be regarded as in any sense ambiguous facing both ways statements. But this significant fact of the original universal appeal to these two documents as authoritative and agreed does indicate that 352. There exists in these two documents the most recent and most widely agreed formulation of the modern communist viewpoint, not merely in terms of the classics of Marxism-Leninism, but in terms of the modern world situation, and giving explicit concrete answers to concrete questions of the movement today. This is not to say that these two documents are the last word on all modern problems. There is no last word on the approach of Marxism-Leninism to the ever more rapidly changing world situation. Further documents may be found necessary to deal with new problems or clarify issues still in dispute. But present controversies make it all the more important to study these two documents as the most authoritative basic statements so far available of the modern communist viewpoint. Chapter 14. The Social Democratic International. Social democracy had never succeeded anywhere else, and we are now trying to show that it can and will be successful. Morgan Phillips, Secretary of the British Labour Party, Daily Herald, February 9, 1948. Since 1914 the term social democracy has taken on a special meaning differing from that prior to 1914. Before 1914 the Marxist working class parties, which were affiliated to the old Second International, called themselves in general social democratic parties or social democratic labor parties. The Bolshevik Party was the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Social democratic was at that time the recognized label to designate acceptance of Marxism, and to differentiate the party in question from the host of radical socialist parties, liberal socialists, National Socialists, Socialist Progressives, and the like, which proliferated in many continental countries, and professed every kind of socialism, ethical, liberal, religious, progressive, or humanitarian, but did not accept Marxism, and were therefore designated by the old Marxist parties of the Second International as in essence capitalist parties and not social democratic parties. It is true that Marx and Engels always made explicitly clear their objection to the term social democrat as scientifically incorrect for the description of their party and outlook, which 353. 354. They explained could only be correctly described as communist social democrat. They explained, implied that the basic aim included democracy, whereas democracy was a form of state, and the final aim of communism was the abolition of the state entirely, including democracy as a state form. At the end of his life, in 1894, Engels explained why Marx and he always used the term communist as the only correct term, and could not in their writings use the term social democrat, which was the term used by the Proudhonists in France and the Lassalleans in Germany, that is, the anti-Marxist reformists, to describe themselves, although they were prepared to tolerate the term, despite incorrectness, now that it was used for Marxist parties. For Marx and me it was therefore quite impossible to choose such an elastic term to characterize our special point of view. Today things are different, and the term may perhaps pass muster, however unsuitable it still is for a party whose economic program is not merely socialist in general, but directly communist, and whose ultimate political aim is to overcome the whole state, and therefore democracy as well. The names of real political parties, however, are never wholly appropriate. The party develops while the name persists. Commenting on this, Lenin remarked, "The dialectician Engels remains true to dialectics to the end of his days. Marx and I," he says, "had a splendid, scientific exact name for the party, but there was no real party, i.e. no proletarian mass party. Now, at the end of the 19th century, there is a real party, but its name is scientifically inexact. Never mind, it will pass muster, only let the party grow, do not let the scientific inexactness of its name be hidden from it, and do not let it hinder its development in the right direction. Engels had already expressed the expectation, at the time of the end of the First International, that a future international would come closer to the conceptions of Marx and himself, that is, to communism. After the transition stage of the Second 355 International, this expectation of Engels was fulfilled in the Communist International. With the collapse of the Second International in 1914, the name Social Democrat became contaminated by association with those leaders and parties which chose to be identified with their own capitalist governments, betrayed their international pledges, and hounded on the imperialist war and mutual working class slaughter. Hence it became necessary to revert to the correct term approved by Marx and Engels, the term communist, to describe the Marxist working class parties, and abandon the term Social Democrat, always disapproved by Marx and Engels, to the use of those leaders and parties who had betrayed Marxism and international socialism. In March 1918, at its 7th Congress, the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party revised its name accordingly, and adopted the name Russian Communist Party, now Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The new International, founded in March 1919, to replace the defunct Second International, and uniting the sections and parties which remained faithful to the pledges of the old International and the principles of Marxism, was named the Communist International. All the militant sections and the main Marxist parties of the old Second International became communist parties affiliated to the Communist International. The German party was split, the centrist Marxist section, which had followed Koschei, joined up with the revolutionary left-wing or Spartacists, who had already become the Communist Party in 1918, to form the United Communist Party in 1920, while the followers of Niski, the Bloodhound, and Scheidemann, the associates of the White Guard officers in butchering the German Revolution, continued as the German Social Democratic Party. In France, the defeated minority, after the Tours Congress of the United Socialist Party in 1920, had carried by an overwhelming majority of over 3-1 the motion to affiliate to the Communist International and become the French Communist Party, continued as a separate party, using the name of French Socialist Party, although the real content had gone elsewhere. In Britain, the British Socialist Party, which had been the original party of socialism and the recognized Marxist Party, and which had fulfilled the 356 policy of the Socialist International in opposition to the war, united with the left wing of the Independent Labour Party and other groupings to form the Communist Party in 1920. The Labour Party, in whose foundation the predecessor of the British Socialist Party, the Social Democratic Federation, had taken part, and which had accepted the affiliation of the British Socialist Party, refused the affiliation of the Communist Party. Thereby the Labour Party abandoned its previous character of a unitary federal party of working class and socialist organizations, and continued under its right-wing leadership as a main constituent body, and eventually the dominant body of the Social Democratic International. Henceforth the term Social Democrat, which had once been used for Marxists, came to mean the right-wing pro-imperialist section of leadership, or parties under this leadership, in the working class movement, mainly in a few imperialist countries, which was closely identified with their own capitalist class in each country and increasingly hostile to Marxism, to communism, to the Soviet Union or the new socialist countries, and to the class struggle. The main base was the British Labour Party, and the parties in the Scandinavian and Low Countries, and in West Germany and Austria, that is, West European countries in the orbit of imperialism. In these countries the base in the working class makes these parties still of importance in the international working class movement, although the policies of their dominant leadership are only pale echoes of current imperialist politics, and have nothing in common with Marxism, working class politics, or socialism. The problem and task of healing the split in the working class in these countries remains. 1 Comisco 1946–1951 The record of the attempted resurrection of the Second International by right-wing social democracy between the two world wars, and the bankruptcy of this attempted resurrection in the face of fascism, has already been narrated. The German Social Democratic Party, despite its hopes after the banning of the Communist Party to survive as a tolerated 357 party under Hitler, its official protest to the Second International denouncing the spreading of atrocity stories against Hitler, and its joining in the unanimous Reichstag vote of May 17 for Hitler's motion, was nonetheless banned, on the grounds that, as the Nazi official explanation stated, whatever the professions of loyalty to Hitler, the party was better out of the way and the leaders in prison. The French Socialist Party, after having voted the death decree against the Communists, proceeded to vote the special powers to Pétain to install the Vichy fascist regime by the vote of 110 of the 186 socialist deputies. The Belgian Labour Party chairman, after the Nazi occupation, dissolved the party and moved over to open collaboration with the Nazis. Individual Social Democrats, however, and minority sections of social democratic parties cooperated with the communist parties in the resistance movement in the Nazi-occupied countries. This cooperation and comradeship, both in the active resistance movement and in the concentration camps, led to mutual pledges to maintain this cooperation after the war and work towards the aim of single united working class parties. Western official policy, which began in the autumn of 1942, its careful planning of the Cold War to follow the war, viewed with no little alarm the prospect that after the defeat of Hitler the united anti-fascist resistance movements, with socialist-communist cooperation as the core, would sweep over Europe in a victorious popular revolution. As Sir Samuel Hoare, then British ambassador in Spain, had explained to Franco's foreign minister in 1943, the main purpose of the immense Anglo-American armies, which were being maintained inactive and in reserve during the critical phases of the war, would be to intervene in the concluding phase with overwhelming strength, in order to prevent a popular revolution in the countries of Europe which had been occupied by fascism. This was carried out wherever the Anglo-American armies were able to establish their grip, in Western Europe and in Greece. In West Germany the Anglo-American authorities intervened directly after the war by administrative 358 order to ban socialist-communist unification, with the result that the Socialist Unity Party could only be formed initially in the eastern part of Germany. An integral part of this policy was to prepare beforehand in Britain a nucleus of right-wing social democratic leadership which could be counted on to oppose cooperation with communism. This task became the special responsibility of the British Labour Party right-wing leadership, which was directly associated in the Churchill cabinet in his preparation of the Cold War as set out in his secret memorandum of 1942. Contact was maintained with selected right-wing social democratic émigrés in Britain, and in September 1944, an inter-allied committee at Transport House adopted a resolution calling on the executive of the Labour Party to take the initiative in forming a preparatory committee with a view to the future establishment of a new socialist international which should exclude communists and their sympathisers. In February 1945, a conference was held in London of delegates of 9 parties. In May 1946, a further conference at Clacton-on-Sea set up a Socialist Information and Liaison Office which was attached to the Secretariat of the Labour Party. Prime Minister Attlee and Foreign Secretary Bevan threw their full weight behind the conference, which was thus manifestly in accordance with the policy of the Foreign Office to promote the Cold War line, publicly proclaimed shortly after by Churchill at Fulton, and break up the socialist-communist cooperation widely prevalent in the European countries after liberation from Nazism. Commissions and delegations were sent to various countries in Europe to break up this cooperation and prepare the ground for the new organization. Later in the same year, following further conferences in Antwerp and Zurich, the liaison office was replaced by a committee of the International Socialist Conference, which became known as Comisco. In his pamphlet Why I Was Expelled, K. Ziliakis MP quoted the London correspondent of the New York Herald Tribune who in May 1946 had written that he had been told by a well-informed Labour Party source that the Labour government were planning to unite the Social Democrats in Germany and Western Europe for an idio. 359. Logical battle against the Communists of Eastern Europe. This, the correspondent observed, would be a new socialist international, but it would only be one wing, the left wing of a greater, predominantly non-socialist international which is now in the making, an odd alliance which includes groups ranging from the old-line socialists to the Phalange. The reference to a greater, predominantly non-socialist international was an anticipation of the Marshall Plan Organization of Western Europe, which followed in 1947, and the establishment of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization in 1949, preparing the way for the rearmament of West Germany. Although Comisco had only been established as a temporary provisional committee to prepare the ground for launching the new right-wing Social Democratic International, this process of preparing the ground and disrupting the existing socialist-communist cooperation took no less than 5 years before the conditions were deemed ripe for launching the Social Democratic International in 1951. It was not until after American dollars and pressure had done their work, after the Marshall Plan had broken up the socialist-communist coalitions in France and other West European countries, after NATO in 1949 had set up the integrated West European military structure under the control of the United States, reducing the West European countries to the position of satellites, and after the Labour government in 1950 had finally agreed to West German rearmament, that in 1951 the foundation Congress of the new International was held in the West German town of Frankfurt. The intervening 5 years had been years of intensive activity by Comisco, under the guidance of the Labour Party, in close association with West German social democracy. In 1947 at the Zurich Conference of Comisco, the initial attempt, advocated by the Labour Party, to secure the acceptance of the West German Social Democratic Party as a member, was rejected, so intense were still the memories of the war and Nazism. In 1948 Comisco expelled the Romanian, Bulgarian, and Hungarian Social Democratic parties as guilty of cooperation with communism, and warned the Czechoslovak Social Democratic Party and the Italian Socialist Party for the same. 360. Offense, the Italian delegates walked out. The same conference declared support for the American Marshall Plan. In 1949, to replace the expelled Social Democratic parties, a socialist union of Central Eastern Europe was formed, consisting of émigrés from a variety of countries, including Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, and the Ukraine, as well as the Balkans, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary. These were thereafter given observer status to participate in the proceedings of Comisco and the subsequent International. Various of these émigré organizations in London were, according to Ziliakis, in close contact with the Central Intelligence Agency in Washington. 19.2 Foundation of the Frankfurt International in 1951. At the Copenhagen Conference of Comisco in 1950 the decision was taken to prepare a statement of principles and launch the new international. This same conference issued a warning against the Soviet peace offensive. It was at this conference that Morgan Phillips, as Secretary of the Labour Party, made his famous speech declaring that Methodism, not Marx, was the inspiration of the British Labour Party, apparently oblivious of the historical record of the role of Methodism, in the intention of its founders, to serve as a weapon to counter the incipient working class movement. In respect of official Labour policy, Phillips spoke truer than he knew. In June 1951, the new Socialist International was inaugurated at Frankfurt, the main American military base in Europe, in the midst of the G.I.S. and comic strips. Without blinking an eye the assembled delegates sang the Internationale. It is not recorded whether they sang the famous fifth verse. With fumes of battle we've been drunken, against our brothers we've made war, in mutual slaughter for our tyrants down arms. We'll take the soldier far. Perchance they're stubborn, these man-eaters. Would make us still for heroes pass. We'll find a good use for our bullets against oppressors of our class. 20. A declaration or program was adopted by the Frankfurt Congress under the title The Aims and Tasks of Democratic Socialism. According to this declaration, it was made clear that, while the class struggle was renounced, and while capitalism was already so reformed as to be no longer the main enemy, and imperialism was no longer the old imperialism, the new main enemy, which it would be the task of the Socialist International to combat, was communism in general and the USSR in particular. International communism is the instrument of a new imperialism. Wherever it has achieved power, it has destroyed freedom or the chance of gaining freedom. It is based on a militarist bureaucracy and a terrorist police. By producing glaring contrasts of wealth and privilege, it has created a new class society. Marxism was explicitly rejected as the basis of socialism. Socialism does not demand a rigid uniformity of approach. Whether socialists build their faith on Marxist or other methods of analyzing society, whether they are inspired by religious or humanitarian principles, they all strive for the same goal: a system of social justice, better living, freedom, and world peace. It will be seen that this new definition of socialism would be fully acceptable to Sir Alec Douglas Home, Mr. Gramont, Chancellor Erhard, the Pope, President de Gaulle or President Johnson, that is, to any capitalist statesman, Tory or Liberal, or of any political color. With regard to capitalism, the old aim of the social ownership of the means of production was explicitly repudiated. Socialist planning does not presuppose public ownership of all the means of production. It is compatible with the existence of private ownership in important fields. The state must prevent private owners from abusing their powers. It can and should assist them to contribute towards increased production and well-being within the framework of a planned economy. This definition of economic aim might almost be lifted from a modern Tory election manifesto. Due obeisance was paid to American capitalism by the chairman of the Congress, Morgan Phillips. I know that many socialists are still obsessed by doctrinal suspicions of American democracy, that they fear the American economic and political system will encourage dangerous policies which may lead to war. We should be guilty of a criminal myopia if we did not recognize that the present American policy shows a degree of enlightened and progressive unselfishness which few countries with comparable power have ever displayed. It is not surprising that the outcome of the Frankfurt Congress, and the foundation of this somewhat peculiar Socialist International, was hailed with paeans of applause and satisfaction by the capitalist press of the world, including the American normally anti-socialist press. The declaration, reported Reuters, reserves its main fire for communism. The Times editorial welcomed the THIRD change in socialism, noting with approval that the old catchwords had been abolished, and concluding that the new socialism removed any difference of principle from the capitalist parties. Socialism as it is here stated differs in degree rather than in kind from the policies of other democratic parties in the countries of Western Europe and elsewhere which 363 have reached a comparable stage of development. This geographical limitation discreetly added by the Times was in fact a pointer to the real character of this new international. 3 imperialist limitations of the Social Democratic International to found a Socialist International for the purpose of combating socialism might appear an odd proceeding. Socialism in 1951 existed over 1/3 of the world. The new international proclaimed this to be the main enemy. Capitalism had reached its highest point of multi-billionaire monopoly concentration and military extension across 2/3 of the globe in United States imperialism. The new international proclaimed this to be the most enlightened and progressive force in the world. This apparent contradiction was in fact no contradiction, but followed from the real character of the new international as a subordinate arm of the American-controlled Western imperialist military economic political structure expressed in OEEC and NATO. The Frankfurt Congress, alongside resolutions for the rearmament of West Germany and for approval of the Western imperialist rearmament programs, set the aim, in the words of the chairman, to unite the whole of the non-Stalinist world as an organic united whole. This elegant phrase, the non-Stalinist world, solved the problem to cover the whole orbit of the American alliance and include successfully Greek and Turkish and Portuguese fascism, the Nazis and German militarists, or eventually Franco. In short, the revival of the anti-Comintern pact of fascism. In the same address the chairman, Phillips, belabored the other West European satellites for insufficient rearmament, and boasted that British arms expenditure per head under the Labour government was the highest in the world. In terms of man-years for defence for every 1,000 inhabitants, Britain is providing 40% or more than 364. Any other European country, and more even than the United States of America. This was the last phase of the Labour government. A corresponding maneuver on behalf of American imperialism was conducted in the international trade union movement. The World Federation of Trade Unions had been founded at a congress in London in February 1945, followed by a congress in Paris in September 1945, uniting the delegates of 66.7 million workers in 65 national trade union organizations. This was a tremendous demonstration for world working class unity, following the joint victory over fascism. Only the American Federation of Labor held aloof, but the American Conference of Industrial Organizations participated. The executive of 9 members united the representatives of Britain, China, France, Italy, Mexico, the Netherlands, the USA, and the USSR. The object was defined to organize and unite the trade unions of the whole world, irrespective of race, nationality, religion, or political opinion. The American imperialist offensive imperatively required the disruption of this international working class unity, entire same way as socialist communist unity and cooperation had been disrupted in Western Europe. Accordingly, in 1948 the Anglo-American trade union leaders demanded that acceptance of the American Marshall Plan be imposed on the World Federation of Trade Unions. Since opinions differed on this, the answer was given, in accordance with the Constitution of the WFTU, that national trade union centers should be free to follow the policy they thought best on this matter. This correct position for unity won majority support. Thereupon the Anglo-American trade union leaders in 1949, being in a minority in the world trade union movement, refused to accept the reasonable and tolerant viewpoint of the majority, and seceded to form the breakaway International Confederation of Free Trade Unions. The ICFTU subsequently served as an agency, very lavishly financed from American sources, to disrupt trade unionism in the interests of imperialism in the colonial and newly independent countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. This disruption of international trade. 365. Unionism preceded and prepared the ground for the formation of the corresponding Frankfurt International in the political field. The composition of the Frankfurt International corresponded to this imperialist character. Of the 23 parties reported as affiliated members in 1952, 17 were West European, or in the West European imperialist orbit, like Greece in NATO. Of the 6 outside Europe, 3 were American. The Middle East was only represented by Israel. From the rest of Asia there was only Japan. From Africa there was no representation. The leadership of THIRD International were keenly aware that this conspicuously imperialist character of their organization, and lack of contact with the vast new Afro-Asian world was the Achilles heel of their organization, which exposed too dangerously its true character. Hence during the following years intensive efforts were conducted to establish contacts in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. In Asia the British Labour Party leadership played the main role, with the dispatch of many missions, in seeking to build up social democratic organization. In Africa, Israel was especially active as a go-between, seeking to present itself as a non-colonial power, supposedly free from links with imperialism, by whose subsidies it was in fact maintained, and through whose armed power the original occupation of Palestine had been conducted. West Germany sought similarly to extend its influence in Africa, on the basis of presenting itself as a non-colonial and non-imperialist power. In 1953 a conference of Asian socialist parties was held at Rangoon, with ex-Premier Attlee attending on behalf of the Frankfurt International. Delegates from parties in 9 countries were reported as attending. Despite a warning by Attlee against multiplying regional organizations, the conference decided to set up a separate Asian Socialist Conference which would be independent of the Frankfurt International, while maintaining relations with it. The subsequent history of this organization was tenuous. Following the Cuban Socialist Revolution, intensive efforts were made by the Frankfurt International to win adherents. 366. In Latin America. For this purpose at the Amsterdam Congress in 1963, which was attended by 6 guests from Latin America, it was decided to broaden the statutes so as to enable non-socialist parties which stood for reforms to become associate members, and thus make it possible to draw in the association of bourgeois democratic parties in Latin America. The poor success of these efforts to extend the range of the Frankfurt International beyond the orbit of the Western imperialist countries only demonstrated anew the truth, long ago made clear by Lenin, that social democracy in the modern sense, that is, reformism or opportunism, is an outcome of imperialist corruption in the upper sections of the working class movement in the imperialist metropolitan countries, and can therefore find little promising soil in colonial countries or ex-colonial countries still heavily exploited by imperialism. It was thus significant that the main social democratic parties in Asia to become associated with the Social Democratic International should be in Israel, an offshoot and close satellite of Western imperialism, in Japan, a temporarily defeated imperialist power, aspiring, like West Germany, to resume its imperialist role and ambitions, and in India, with the most advanced monopoly capitalist development outside Japan, and some expansionist ambitions, and even there the forms of social democratic organization have been precarious and unstable, and consistently weaker so far than the Communist Party of India. Despite all the efforts, the essentially West European imperialist character of the Frankfurt International was revealed by the composition of the executive. At Frankfurt in 1951 an executive of 9 was elected, to consist of representatives of Britain, France, West Germany, Italy, Japan, Belgium, Leland, Austria, and a Scandinavian, that is, 8 West Europeans and 1 Japanese. At the Milan Congress in 1952 Canada and Israel were added, and a seat held available for the Indian Praja Socialist Party, but the overwhelming West European two-thirds predominance remained, and Canada and Israel only meant additional representation of the Western imperialist bloc. Similarly, the politics of the successive congresses of the Social Democratic International reflected faithfully the politics of imperialism, with each Social Democratic Party reflect. 367. In the alignment of its own monopoly capitalist grouping in the various conflicts and rival alignments, as over NATO and West German rearmament, the European Defence Community, the Iron and Steel Community, the Common Market or Free Trade Area, and West European Federation or looser association. All this was no more than an echo of current inter-imperialist politics, seasoned with a strong sauce of anti-communist and anti-Soviet hostility and recurrent warnings against peace offensives or the dangers of communist infiltration. For platform of repudiation of Marxism and socialism, the declaration of the Foundation Congress of the current Social Democratic International at Frankfurt already set out plainly the basic principles of repudiation of Marxism as the theory of socialism, substitution of a vague ethical aim of social justice, better living, freedom, and world peace in place of a definition of socialism, and rejection of the aim of public ownership of the means of production. During the succeeding decade, the right-wing social democratic leadership in the various parties carried further this crusade, no longer merely against communism, Marxism, or the class struggle, but against the most elementary traditional conceptions of socialism as previously presented even by reformist socialists or their own inherited constitutions and platforms. At the same time, this anti-socialist offensive aroused opposition from sections of the working class membership in their own parties, or from those on the left in their parties who still regarded the aim of socialism to be the ending of capitalism and substitution of social ownership of the means of production. Typical of this battle within the social democratic parties during the 1950s and early 1960s was the offensive conducted by Gates-Kell as debtor of the Fabur Party against Clause 4 of the Fabur Party Constitution, which had been adopted in 1918 under the influence of the victory of the Russian Socialist Revolution of 1917. Clause 4 set out the aim of common ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange. Until the recent period this aim had been accepted even by the right-wing leadership. Thus Attlee, the leader of the Labour Party before Gaitskell, had said in his book The Labour Party in Perspective, published in 1937, to describe socialism, all the major industries will be owned and controlled by the community. Gaitskell and his associates, J. Crossland, Strachey, and others, representing the offensive of capitalist economic political assumptions against Marxism and socialism, sought to conduct a campaign during this period for so-called new thinking in the labor movement about socialism, actually the resurrection of the most hoary exploded 19th-century liberal reformist illusions about capitalism, which the early socialist pioneers had long ago demolished. They sought to prove that Clause 4 was out of date, that modern capitalism was completely transformed, and had revealed a progressive and dynamic character defeating all the anticipations of Marxist theory, that imperialism had disappeared from the world except in the socialist third, that the old aim of social ownership of the means of production would inevitably mean the horrors of totalitarianism, with the state as the single employer, that private enterprise was the essential foundation for freedom, and that a mixed economy, with the giant monopolies left securely in possession and a state sector fulfilling an auxiliary role, was the true pattern of the future. It is a significant demonstration of the still developing internal situation within the social democratic parties, beneath all the official surface rigidity of right-wing leadership and policy, that the Gaitskell offensive against Clause 4 in the Labour Party constitution, although backed by the entire weight of the capitalist press, was in the end defeated, and had to be abandoned. This did not mean that the Gaitskell policy of practical repudiation of socialism was defeated, or that the retention of the formal socialist aim expressed in Clause 4 as a pious formula in the Constitution, to be venerated like the Sermon on the Mount, made any difference to the opportunist capitalist practice. But the revolt of the rank-and-file against the Gaitskell offensive was an indication of the desire and aspiration still entertained by the organized workers and individual members in the Labour Party for the aim of socialism, however contrary the policy of their leaders. 369. Hence the necessity for these leaders still to speak constantly of the aim of socialism, and to seek to perform a familiar sleight of hand by offering every day a new definition of what they mean by socialism, each new definition being more tepidly vague and empty than the last, and usually amounting to a general expression of benevolence and philanthropy. This defeat of the Gaitskell offensive on Clause 4 in the Labour Party reflected in part the special character of the composition and organization of the Labour Party, differing from most of the social democratic parties. Whereas most of the social democratic parties are based on individual membership, that is, on conscious acceptance of social democratic doctrine and politics in preference to communism, the Labour Party is based, in respect of 5/6 of its membership, on the trade unions, which are united organs of the workers, without distinction of political outlook, for class solidarity in the class struggle for wages and conditions against the employers and capitalist class. Insofar as policies of class cooperation dominate the trade unions, there can be harmony with the Labour Party leadership, which repudiates the class struggle. The alliance between the Labour Party leadership, which is mainly drawn from capitalist or petty bourgeois circles, and the right-wing trade union bureaucracy, normally serves to control the Labour Party and prevent the eruption of class politics. But the latent contradiction between the foundation of the Labour Party in organs of class struggle below and the repudiation of class politics above can occasionally upset this alliance and reveal the really explosive situation beneath. The British trade union movement is by long tradition a united trade union movement, drawing in all workers without distinction of doctrine, and with equal democratic rights in most unions, though not in all, for all members. Thus in the unions socialists, communists, and militant trade unionists are able to work together for common class aims, including in the field of political questions, and communists as trade unionists are affiliated members of the Labour Party, although denied rights of direct participation as delegates. Accordingly when, as sometimes happens, following on progressive agitation below, a number of powerful unions are aligned with the otherwise very weakly placed militant. 13. 370. Socialists among the individual members of the Labour Party on a given issue, the right-wing leadership can be defeated on that issue. This happened in the case of the Gates-Kell offensive against Clause 4, and again in the case of the famous resolution of the Scarborough Conference in 1960 against nuclear arms or bases for Britain. These results do not in themselves mean any change in official policy and leadership, since the right-wing leadership have made clear that they do not regard themselves as democratically bound by the decision of the elected annual conference of their party. But these clashes do indicate the conflict between the class interests of the workers and the repudiation of class politics by the leadership in all social democratic parties. The structure of the Labour Party in Britain reveals this conflict with exceptional clearness. For the same reason, these developments throw a light on the significance of the political role of the Communist Party in the conditions of Britain, despite its relatively small numbers, as the organ of the working class fight for socialism in the broad labour movement, and point tire way to the political future in Britain. In West Germany, on the other hand, the Social Democratic Party leadership, feeling untrammeled by any role of communists or the Marxist left within its constituent organizations, since the membership is entirely an individual membership controlled from on top, while the Communist Party is banned by the Bonn government in the same way as it was by Hitler, went the whole hog in repudiating the conceptions of socialism or Marxism and proclaiming adherence to the principles of capitalist ownership and free enterprise in terms similar to those of the rival Conservative Party, the Christian Democratic Union of Adenauer and Erhard. In 1958 the Bad Godesberg program called for free competition and free enterprise. In 1959 the complete new program was presented. The Times summarized its verbose formulations in the following terms. Democratic socialism, the preamble states, is rooted in Christian ethics, humanism, and classical philosophy. If this is not enough to make its distinguished former member Karl Marx turn in his grave, the draft goes on to condemn communism and proposes the creation of a property-owning society not too unlike that visualized. 371. By Professor Erhard. It says that all must have the same chance of sharing in the prosperity of the world, a slogan closer to the Conservative Party's call for equal opportunities than Labour's fair shares. A centrally controlled economy destroys freedom, the party therefore approves a free economy wherever real competition prevails. Freedom to buy and work and freedom of business initiative are essential, and free competition is an important element in a free economy. The draft is rather vague when it comes to explaining how control of a free economy can be established. Similarly, on the occasion of the death of the party leader, Adenauer, in 1963, the Times editorial paid tribute to his role in casting out the old conceptions of socialism and converting the party to open support for capitalism. Adenauer's greatest work in reshaping and unifying the party came 4 years ago when, under his chairmanship, it dropped much of its ideological program. The movement that prided itself on being Karl Marx's own decided to cast out Marx as behind the times and wrong-headed. It was not content with simply saying that it would not press on with schemes of nationalization. For good measure it declared that a centrally controlled economy destroyed freedom, and it looked forward in words not altogether unlike Dr. Erhard's to a property-owning society with equal opportunities for all. A similar process in varying degree could be illustrated in the other social democratic parties. But this does not mean that this process of transformation of the program from the professed aim of socialism to open support of capitalism has gone through without opposition in the various social democratic parties. The struggle which reached its sharpest and clearest expression in the British Labour Party has manifested itself in all. This battle between left and right within the social democratic parties is bound up with the question of socialist-communist cooperation either within the given country or on an international scale. 372. 5. Question of united working class action. Lenin long ago showed the roots of opportunism in the conditions of imperialism, enabling the capitalist class in the metropolitan countries of imperialism to use a portion of their super profits from overseas exploitation to corrupt an upper section of the working class and its leadership in these countries, and draw them into an alliance which sacrifices the long-term interests of the whole class to the temporary advantage of a section. Today the imperialist sector has dwindled in the world. Socialism and national liberation have won extending victories. In the socialist third of the world, over 1,000 million people have been withdrawn from the reach of imperialist exploitation. In the newly independent former colonial countries which are still so far within the capitalist sector, imperialist exploitation still continues, and is in some cases even intensified, although the struggle of the peoples in all these countries is advancing against this exploitation to bring it to an end and to complete national liberation by winning possession of their countries. This continuance of imperialist exploitation over two-thirds of the world means that the basis of opportunism, whose modern expression is contemporary social democracy, still remains in the upper sections and leadership of the working class movement in the metropolitan countries of the still remaining, though dwindling, imperialist sector. But the range has narrowed. The last Congress of the Social Democratic Internationale at Amsterdam in September 1963, assembled 99 delegates from 20 countries. Nearly 60 years earlier, the famous Amsterdam Congress of the Second Internationale in 1904 had assembled 476 delegates, and the following Stuttgart Congress 3 years later 886 delegates. It was the famous Amsterdam Congress of 1904 which had declared that Congress repudiates every attempt to blur the ever-growing class antagonism, repudiates a policy of concession to the established order of society, the party rejects all responsibility of any sort under the political and economic conditions based on capitalist production, and social democracy can strive for no participation in the government under bourgeois society. In that same resolution, the objectives of social democracy were stated to be Revolu. 373. Scenario objectives for the most speedy transformation possible of bourgeois society into socialist society. Objectives and principles proclaimed at the Amsterdam Congress of Social Democracy 60 years ago, and all fulfilled in the socialist third of the world today. But a far cry indeed to the ghost which met at Amsterdam in 1963. Nevertheless, Lenin also showed that, so long as significant sections of the working class in these countries remained under the influence of opportunist policies and leadership, it was essential for the Marxist workers and militant working class to strive for a united front with these sections, not in the sense of a false synthesis or reconciliation between the principles of opportunism and Marxism, but in the sense of common action for immediate common objectives. This was the line of approach indicated in the resolution on the United Front, initiated by Lenin and adopted by the Communist International in 1921. These principles continue of no less importance also today, no matter how extreme the transition which has by now taken place of the right-wing social democratic leadership to open support of capitalism. Millions of organized workers, and in some countries the majority remain still in the social democratic parties in Western Europe and a few countries beyond Europe. The report to the Amsterdam Congress in 1963 claimed 11.8 million members, the majority being the 6.3 million members of the British Labour Party. The question of united socialist-communist action in these countries and on an international scale remains of vital importance for the advance of the interests of the working class and of peace. In 1956, the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union raised sharply the desirability of such united action in the present world situation, especially for the fight against a new world war. The General Council of the Social Democratic International met at Zurich at the end of February 1956, and rejected the proposal for a united front, but a division of approach was revealed, and the question was remitted to a further meeting of the executive in London in April 1956. This meeting finally adopted a very violently phrased negative resolution, presented by the majority, declaring that socialism and communism have nothing in common. But in fact differentiation had already appeared at 374. Zurich between the viewpoint of the British Labour Party, French Socialists and Canadians on the one hand, and the West German, Austrian, Dutch, Scandinavian majority on the other. Again at the London meeting, the document prepared by the Labour Party for a slightly more constructive approach appears to have been ignored by the majority. This differentiation revealed that, despite the official unqualified negative stand, the question was in fact on the agenda, and new trends were in practice developing in various parties. Although the Social Democratic International officially declared disapproval of exchanges of delegations between social democratic parties and communist parties in the socialist countries, laying down that delegations should only take place to the governments of those countries, in practice during the succeeding years delegations from various social democratic parties in Western Europe held official interchanges with representatives of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. A special importance attached to the visit of the official delegation led by Guy Mollet on behalf of the French Socialist Party in 1963, and the joint communiqué with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union published after this visit. This had a manifest bearing on the political situation in France and the approaching presidential election, with strong pressure from many sections within the French Socialist Party for a united working class front and popular front as the only way to restore democratic functioning in France. Thus, despite the repeated inflexible proclamations of anti-communist hostility and unconditional opposition to any form of united working class action on the part of the dominant extreme right-wing leadership of the Social Democratic International, it would be a mistake to imagine that the present situation is necessarily for all time rigid and unchanging. Certainly this opposition on the part of the extreme right-wing leadership offers no prospect of any change, whatever the 375 march of events. But in fact the fortunes of social democracy are bound up with the fortunes of imperialism. As the basis of imperialism becomes more restricted with the further advance of socialism and national liberation, so the basis for social democratic policy and leadership in the working class in the leading imperialist countries becomes correspondingly narrowed. So long as imperialism remains, opportunism or the current of social democracy will remain as a trend of varying strength in the metropolitan countries of imperialism. But the present accelerating relative weakening of imperialism in the world balance, the advance of the popular national movements to challenge and take over the assets hitherto monopolized by imperialism and seek to staunch the flow of imperialist tribute, the consequent simultaneous tendency to a decline in the volume of imperialist super-profits and gigantically increased armaments and overseas military expenditure in order to seek to counteract this decline, and the further consequence of Chagrinade offensives to increase the exploitation of the workers in the metropolitan countries, through policies of wage restraint, heavy taxation, and even direct assaults on democracy, as in France, all this progressively weakens the basis of social democracy. A crisis of social democracy develops in a variety of forms, varying in the form in which it manifests itself in the British Labour Party, in the French Socialist Party, in the Italian Socialist and Social Democratic parties, and also even in the to all outward appearance most inflexibly reactionary West German Social Democratic Party. These signs are still no more than initial symptoms. There is no reason to assume that the process will be rapid. On the other hand, the world situation, all the larger questions of 376 war or peace, of nuclear weapons and disarmament, of East-West relations, press for solution without delay, and imperatively demand the greatest possible united action of the working class and of the peoples. Such united action for urgent immediate objectives does not end the still continuing division of trends within the working class or exclude the necessity of the continued ideological debate on principles. But such united action can help to promote closer contact and understanding between the different sections of the working class, and thus help to prepare the way for the long-term future aim of the healing of the split and development of united working class parties. Chapter 15. Let us recall the main principle of the International, solidarity. We shall achieve the great goal for which we are striving provided we firmly consolidate this life-giving principle among all workers in all countries. Marx, speech on the Hague Congress of the First International, at the meeting in Amsterdam following the Congress, September 8, 1872. 100 years have passed since the foundation of the International Working Men's Association or First International. If we look back to the original foundation of the Communist League, the First International Organization of Communists, in 1847, and its declaration of program, the Manifesto of the Communist Party, drafted by Marx and Engels and published in 1848, a distance of only 117 years, or less than 12 decades, separates us from that starting point. A long road has been traveled in this short space of time, a mere moment, in terms of years, in the lifespan of human development. During these years the handful of tiny groups gathered in one corner of one continent in the Communist League has extended, through the First International of organized working class movements in a number of countries, with the direct leadership of Marx, through the Second International of mass working class parties declaring acceptance of the principles and program of Marxism, even though weakened in practice by opportunist leadership in many cases, through the Third International of communist parties directly. 377. 13 *. 378. Reasserting and carrying forward the revolutionary teachings of Marxism, purged of the opportunist dross, and guided by the creative leadership of Lenin in the conditions of the imperialist era and the opening of the socialist revolution, to the present-day international communist movement of some 90 communist parties spread all over the world with close on 45 million members. Communist parties lead the fortunes of their peoples in the victorious socialist revolution over one-third of the earth, whether in the initial construction of socialism from previous conditions of backwardness and oppression, or in the completion of the construction of socialism, or, on the basis of completed socialism, to new and audacious achievements of scientific, technological, educational, and cultural advance, made possible by the foundation of socialism, and stimulating efforts of openly envious emulation by the older capitalist world now falling behind in one sphere after another, as the completed socialist societies enter on the transition to communist society. Victories of socialism and national liberation, inseparably united as constituent parts of the world's socialist revolution against imperialism, with the ever wider successes of national liberation, made possible by the prior success of the socialist revolution, and capable of confronting the threats and aggression of imperialism thanks to the strength and support of the socialist countries, have now extended over the greater part of the world. Half a century ago imperialism dominated the entire world. Today imperialism has become the minority sector of the world. This change continues to go forward at an accelerating pace. The shift in the economic balance of the world moves every decade further in favor of socialism. The extension of the socialist world, of the peoples in one country after another moving forward to mastery of their countries and socialist reconstruction through the leadership of their communist parties and the guidance of the principles of Marxism-Leninism, does not stop at the magic number of 14 countries. The conditions are ripening in a number of countries, where the communist parties are already the leading parties of their peoples. Similarly, the number of newly independent countries sweeps forward, as well as the races. 379. Tends to the attempts of imperialism to maintain its hold in one guise or another or undermine the independence of the peoples who have won liberation. The final end of colonialism draws in view. There is no parallel in history, or in prehistory for that matter, for this advance of communism within a little over a century from the theory of two men of genius and the support of a handful of tiny groups to one-third of the world. But this advance itself in only the expression of the transformation of the world in our time, the economic, social, political, scientific and technological transformation of the world from the last stage of the old social orders of class society to enter on the transition to the classless society based on the common ownership of the means of production. Familiar attempts by Philistine hostile observers to seek to find parallels for this advance in previous examples of the advance of a religion or creed or of an empire betray only the superficial outlook and ignorance of those who would offer such parallels. Marxism is no religion, but the expression of a completely non-religious, non-idealist rational scientific approach, based on dialectical materialism, for the mastery of the real world and of the laws of development of human society. Communism and the extension of the world's socialist system is no empire, but the expression of the advance of the peoples all over the world to throw off the shackles of class and national oppression and build a classless society based on the common ownership of the means of production capable of realizing on earth the aim of human brotherhood. 1. The path of Marx and Lenin. The world has indeed changed during this little over a century. And it has changed along the lines and general direction indicated by the teachings and practical leadership of Marx and Lenin. Not in the sense of any automatic fulfillment of some rigid scheme along a predetermined groove predicted by a magic conjurer, but in the entirely rational sense of development along the lines indicated by a realist and scientific social theory, whose correctness has been proved, in the only way in which the correctness of any theory can be. 380. Finally proved, by the event, by the outcome, by practice. And the development along these lines has shown at the same time abundantly more variety, complexity, emergence of new forms, or shifts in the tempo of the time schedule, sometimes slower and sometimes quicker, than could have been within any human capacity to predict. The world has moved along the general lines indicated by Marx and Lenin, and in a direction entirely opposite to all the assumptions of their contemporaries, whether the 19th century statesmen and theorists who saw in the spread of pre-monopoly free trade capitalism the ultimate eternal outcome of human progress, or their successors, the apostles of imperialism, who saw in the various empires they were building the sublime supreme aim and highest form of human social organization. Now that all their theories have vanished into the dustbin, their disillusioned successors have fallen into a mood of black pessimism, cynical denials of the in their view obsolete and exploded 19th century illusions of progress, or surrender to fatalist cyclical theories of history and of the inevitable decline of civilizations. Marx already in 1848, in the mid-19th century, at a time when all the foremost contemporary political leaders, economists, or social theorists of capitalism were seeing in liberal free trade capitalism the ultimate highest outcome of human progress and the supposed eternal and immutable laws of political economy, or when the utopian socialists had envisaged the dream of a social order based on justice through common ownership, but had no more idea how to attain it than to appeal to the crowned heads of Europe. Marx already at that time laid bare the transient character of capitalism as a historical stage, with a beginning and an end and its own laws of motion, the last stage of class society preparing the conditions for its replacement. Marx showed how capitalism was creating its own gravedigger in the industrial working class, and how the working class, with the development of organization and solidarity in the daily struggle against capitalism, and with the development of political understanding, would advance to leadership of all sections of the working people to end the class rule of the capitalists and establish its own political power, the dictatorship of the proletariat, in order to wrest out of the hands of 381. The capitalists the means of production and establish socialism, the first stage of the advance to the future classless communist society. At that time Marx and Engels still anticipated that this advance to the socialist revolution would follow rapidly in the further unfolding of the democratic revolutions then impending in Western and Central Europe, and especially in Germany. But as soon as the failure of the democratic revolution of 1848 had been demonstrated in Western and Central Europe by 1850, Marx from 1850 onwards corrected this anticipation as erroneous and transferred his focus of the future of the revolution to a world scale in the unfolding of the battle against world capitalism. History has proved us, and all who thought like us, wrong, wrote Engels frankly half a century later referring to the expectation of the socialist revolution in Western Europe in the period of 1848, and emphasizing that capitalism had still at that time great capacity for expansion beyond Western Europe. Marx by 1850 was already stressing the significance of the world development of capitalism as narrowing the role of Western Europe to second place, predicting the change of the center of gravity of capitalism to American capitalism displacing the supremacy of British capitalism, and further predicting that the Western European capitalist countries would fall into industrial, commercial, and political dependence on American capitalism, unless they entered on the path of the socialist revolution. While maintaining his close association with the advance of the working class movement in the European countries, Marx was giving increasing attention to extra-European development. Marx in 1850 was already demolishing the myth of the supposed inevitable eternal conservatism of China, and was anticipating the future victory of the Chinese Republic when he declared that Western reaction, seeking to find a final bastion of reaction in China, might find instead inscribed on the Great Wall of China, Republic of China, liberty, equality, fraternity. 382. Marx during the 1850s was devoting no less than 23 articles within a few years to the study of India, and in 1853 made his famous prediction of the future victory of Indian national liberation, either through the victory of the working class in Britain, or when the Hindus themselves shall have grown strong enough to throw off the English yoke altogether. Marx in 1858, calling attention again to the significance of the new further world development of capitalism, with the colonization of California and Australia and the opening up of China and Japan, constituting a new 16th century of bourgeois society, specifically questioned the prospect of the socialist revolution in this little corner, that is, in Western Europe, since in a far greater territory the movement of bourgeois society is still in the ascendant. Marx in the 1860s reached a revision of his viewpoint on the relationship of national liberation and the prospect of the socialist revolution in the Western imperialist metropolitan countries. Taking the question of Ireland, which at that time represented the forefront of the national liberation struggle against British imperialism, he stated that for a long time he had believed that it would be possible to overthrow the Irish regime by English working class ascendancy, but that deeper study has now convinced me of the opposite. The English working class will never accomplish anything before it has got rid of Ireland. The lever must be applied in Ireland. Thus by 1869 Marx had reached the conclusion, recorded as a definite revision of his former standpoint, that in the case of the key Western colonialist metropolitan country, Britain, where the profits of colonialism had enabled the rulers, as he repeatedly showed, to corrupt an upper section and leadership of the working class, national liberation, in place of following from the victory of the working class, might need to come first and be the indispensable precondition, making possible the liberation of the working class in the metropolitan country from its bondage, under its opportunist leadership, to its capitalist rulers. The significance of this considered con. 383. Illusion of Marx for the subsequent development of the imperialist era, when the same imperialist corruption of an upper section and opportunist leadership had developed in all the Western European countries, for the retardation of the socialist revolution in Western Europe and for the development of the initial phases of the world socialist revolution along different lines, as has in fact taken place, is evident. Marx BV the later 1870s and early 80s had reached the conclusion, during the years before his death, that Russia now represented the vanguard of the revolution. This time the revolution will begin in the East, hitherto the unbroken bulwark and reserve army of counter-revolution. Russia forms the vanguard of revolutionary action in Europe. Koski, when he was still the recognized international theorist and spokesman of Marxism after the death of Marx and Engels, carried forward the same outlook of the closing years of Marx when he wrote in 1902. The revolutionary center is moving from the west to the east. In the first half of the 19th century the center was in France, sometime in England. In 1848 Germany entered the ranks of revolutionary nations. The new century is being ushered in by such events as induce us to think that we are confronted by a further removal of the revolutionary center, namely, to Russia. The Russian revolutionary movement which is now bursting into flame will perhaps become the strongest means for the extermination of the senile Philistinism and sedate politics which is beginning to spread in our ranks, and will again rekindle the militant spirit and the passionate devotion to our great ideals. Russia has long ceased to be for Western Europe a prop for reaction and absolutism. However the present struggle in Russia may end, the blood of the martyrs who have originated from it, unfortunately in too great numbers, will not have been shed in vain. It will. 384. Nourish the shoots of the socialist revolution throughout the civilized world and make them flourish more quickly. In 1848 the Slavs were that crackling frost which killed the flowers of spring of the awakening peoples, perhaps now they are destined to be that storm which will break through the ice of reaction and will irresistibly bring it the happy spring of the peoples. How well Koski wrote 18 years ago, commented Lenin, when he quoted this in the first section of his left-wing Communist Jane in 1920. Lenin in 1902 gave the same perspective as Marx and Koski had done, of the coming victory of the revolution first in Russia, and of the consequent international significance and vanguard role of the Russian Revolution for the whole international working class movement. History has now confronted us with an immediate task which is more revolutionary than all the immediate tasks which confront the proletariat of any other country. The fulfillment of this task, the destruction of the most powerful bulwark, not only of European, but also, it may be said, of Asiatic reaction, places the Russian proletariat in the vanguard of the international revolutionary proletariat. 58 years later, the international meeting of 81 communist parties in 1960, including parties leading victorious socialist revolutions and governments over one-third of the world, confirmed this prediction of Lenin, and bore witness to the role of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union as the universally recognized vanguard of the world communist movement. World development has continued to move forward along the lines indicated by Marx and Lenin. The socialist revolution conquered first in Russia, the weakest link of the imperialist chain and the base of the most advanced vanguard of the international revolutionary working class, as predicted by Marx in his concluding years, by Koski while he was still repeating the teachings of Marxism, and B.V. Lenin, and not first in Western Europe, as the vulgarist distortions of 385. Marxism which were given wide currency especially in the capitalist press sought to pretend. Lenin in 1915 predicted that the victory of socialism might first come in a single country, and that in that case the victorious proletariat of that country would organize its own socialist production and confront the capitalist world, attracting to its cause the oppressed classes of other countries. Lenin in 1918, when the Russian Socialist Revolution was beleaguered by the hostile forces of capitalism, and when Trotsky and the left communists opposed the signing of the Brest Peace with German imperialism, declaring that the survival of the Russian Revolution depended on the victory of the Socialist Revolution in Western Europe, dismissed this perspective of salvation through the victory of the Socialist Revolution in Western Europe as a fairy tale, a very beautiful fairy tale. Assuredly the victory of the Socialist Revolution would come eventually also in Western Europe, but there could be no question of fixing the date. Lenin in 1923, in his last article before his death, reviewing the prospects of the world socialist revolution, and answering the query and doubts that the Russian Revolution could not be expected to survive in the event of delay of victory of the socialist revolution in Western Europe, once again dismissed this viewpoint and expectation, and declared, in the customary deeply ironic manner of his later years, that the Western capitalist countries were assuredly consummating their path towards the socialist revolution, but that they were doing it in a peculiar fashion, by exploiting the nations of Asia and Africa, and that in consequence these nations were now drawn into the revolutionary current, that the next stage of advance should be looked for, not in Western Europe, but in China, India, and the countries of Asia, that Russia, China, India, etc. constitute the overwhelming majority of the population of the globe, and that in this sense the complete victory of socialism is fully and absolutely assured. Once again the outcome of world development has 386. Confirmed the predictions of Marxism-Leninism, that is, of the true teachings of Marx and Lenin, and not of what Fleet Street loves to call classical Marxism, meaning thereby the vulgarist distortion of Marxism made familiar to these experts through the flood of second-rate textbooks by anti-Marxists or conveyed to the more literate among them through the literary brilliance of the basically non-Marxist, and ultimately anti-Soviet and anti-communist, writings of Trotsky. The Soviet Union, under the leadership of its Communist Party, with Stalin at the head, did build socialism in one country, in the midst of the hostile capitalist environment. The building of socialism in one country was not the betrayal of the world socialist revolution, as the Trotsky and Zinoviev opposition, and their admirers in the Western capitalist press sought to assert, but established the strongest impregnable base of the world socialist revolution, capable of coming to the rescue of the rest of the international working class when the latter had fallen under the lash of fascism through following the policies of the enemies of communism. The Soviet Union, under the leadership of its Communist Party, did not collapse before the assault of Nazism in defeat and dissolution of the regime, as all the Western general staffs and statesmen and experts privately, and Trotsky publicly, had declared would be the supposedly inevitable outcome of such a war. Instead, the Soviet Union smashed the Nazi armies and completed the war in Berlin, with Hitler committing suicide in his bunker. If today the remnants of Nazism and fascism still seek to rebuild themselves in West Germany and Western Europe and Japan and certain states of Latin America, it is only because during the intervening years the rulers of the Western imperialist powers, joint victors with the Soviet Union, have sought to undo the results of that victory and to reverse their alliances, by building up anew the old discredited forces, once again in the name of the sacred cause of anti-communism. The prediction of Marxism-Leninism, voiced in 1934, that if capitalism were to unloose a Second World War, the outcome would see, not only the complete defeat of the aggressors, but the disappearance of the old regime in a number of capitalist countries, revolution in a number of countries in Europe and Asia, and the destruction of the bourgeois land. 387. Lord governments in those countries, was once again proved correct by the outcome in the sequel of 1945, with the development of the people's democracies in Europe and the extension of socialism from one country to a world socialist system. J. The historic victory of the second greatest socialist revolution, following the Russian Socialist Revolution, took place, not as Trotsky and the Western falsifiers of Marxism had anticipated, in Western Europe, but as Lenin had predicted, in China, with the final victory of the Chinese People's Republic in 1949. Even since the 1960 statement of the 81 Communist and Workers' parties, defining the New World situation, and describing the advance of international communism and the extending victories of socialist revolution and national liberation revolutions, the process therein described has gone further forward. The heroic resistance of the Cuban people, supported by the socialist countries, to the repeated offensives of American imperialism has been accompanied by the accession of Cuba to join the ranks of the new socialist states, and the announcement in 1961 of the decision to build a unified party on the basis of Marxism-Leninism. The victory of Algerian national independence in 1962, after a 7 years' war of liberation against French imperialism, has been a further landmark in the extending series of advances of national independence in many countries during these recent years. At the same time, the working class movement has advanced in strength in the Western imperialist countries, together with far-reaching changes in economic, social, and political conditions with the further development of the general crisis of capitalism, so that here also the foundation is being laid for the advance to final victory. The world has indeed developed during this century and a third since the Communist Manifesto along the broad lines indicated by the teachings of Marx and Lenin. To conflict and the future, but, say the critics, how is it possible to speak at the present time of the triumphant advance of communism during the past century and a third, when at this moment the Internationale 388 Communist movement is rent by a fierce internal controversy and ideological dispute threatening its unity and endangering the unity of the system of socialist states? Certainly it is true that at the moment a very serious controversy has developed. Its highly polemical public expression has given great pleasure to the enemies of communism, who have been busily speculating, as they have always loved to speculate, on a crisis of communism and the impending breakup of the movement. It is also true that this controversy has taken on a character in some respects more serious than the previous very intense controversies which have accompanied the development of the communist movement, inasmuch as the theoretical and tactical controversy has become to some extent entangled with particular questions raised affecting relations between socialist states. The controversy has also given rise, as in previous controversies, notably in the case of the offensive of Trotskyism, to attempts at factionalism and disruption of existing communist parties. All this, if further continued and aggravated, could give rise to the danger of a major split. This serious and dangerous situation has not yet at the time of writing been resolved by the international communist movement. The position may even grow worse during the phase immediately in front, before it improves. The process of this controversy is still fluid and in motion, so that any attempt to treat it here would be outdated before it could appear. The very varied theoretical and basic tactical questions raised in the controversy have all been very fully and clearly dealt with in the 1960 statement, agreed at the time by all the 81 Communist and Workers' parties. An analysis of the main 389 lines of this statement, and of its explicit answers to the principal questions raised, has already been given. All serious communists throughout the world have always had and have the deepest affection and honor for the Soviet people, for the Great October Socialist Revolution, the pioneer of the world's socialist revolution, and for the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the universally recognized vanguard of the world communist movement. All have also the deepest affection and honor for the Chinese people, for the glorious Chinese People's Revolution, the second greatest socialist revolution, and for the heroic Communist Party of China, which has led to victory and is now leading in the construction of socialism. 1/4 of mankind, whatever the concern and questioning at the moment arising from some disturbing recent manifestations and expressions. All serious communists are concerned to do everything in their power to assist in the resolution of differences affecting the relations of the parties of the two leading countries of socialism, as of all socialist countries and communist parties, and for the promotion and strengthening of cooperation and friendship of the Soviet Union, the Chinese People's Republic and all socialist states, and of all communist parties. Any attempt to repudiate the basic principles of the 1960 statement and substitute an alternative set of principles, in the name of these principles to conduct a campaign of vilification against the Soviet Union and leading communist parties, with denunciation of the Soviet Union as capitalist, and similar absurdities, and on this basis to call for splits in communist parties, such attempts can only be regarded as a violation of the elementary principles of international communism and a disservice to the international communist movement. All serious communists are opposed to factionalism in the communist movement, and are concerned when factionalism, or minority splits of parties or recognition of such minority splits in place of normal relations between communist parties, receive encouragement from any leading communist quarters. Factionalism, or the formation of counterposed groups around opposing platforms within a communist party, was condemned by Lenin, and, on Lenin's initiative, 390. Prohibited by the 10th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in 1921 as incompatible with the principles of democratic centralism of a communist party. Factionalism is no less impermissible on an international scale. During the 1930s, Trotskyism tried to organize factionalism on an international scale, with the customary call to all true Marxist-Leninists or all true Bolsheviks to form their grouplets or would-be parties in each country in opposition to the Communist Party and the international communist movement, and on this basis to erect a so-called Fourth International. The attempt was an ignominious fiasco from the outset, and the latest phase of the myriad convolutions of the fragments of the so-called Fourth International has been its further disintegration into three rival mutually squabbling international centers in different continents, a feat surpassing the splitting of the atom. Nevertheless, even this puny and unsuccessful example of the attempt to promote factionalism on an international scale did harm by providing the capitalist press with rich material for denunciation of the international communist movement in suitably tricky terms for the left public, or for presenting the most honored and fearless revolutionary working-class fighters all over the world, with long records of devotion and integrity through every ordeal, as jumping to the orders of Moscow. This type of squalid smear campaign, however petty and dubious its source, has served, after transmission through the megaphones of the millionaire press, to confuse some of those sincerely seeking their way to Marxism, Leninism and communism, or even sometimes a few waverers in the communist ranks. Thus the international communist movement has long experience of the harmfulness of factionalism and of the use of it made by the enemy. Any attempt at factionalism requires to be met with the united opposition of the entire international communist movement. This is the emphatic warning message of the 1960 statement of the 81 Communist and Workers' parties. Marxist-Leninist parties regard it as a law of their activity strictly to observe the Leninist standards of party. 391. Life in keeping with the principles of democratic centralism, and to cherish party unity like the apple of their eye. At the same time, grave as is the present phase of intense controversy within the international communist movement, exceeding any previous precedent, and serious as are the further dangers to which it could give rise, if present trends are continued and extended, it is necessary to see also the situation with some sense of perspective, and in relation to the long record of history of the international communist movement. The advance of the international communist movement over the past century and a third from the tiny handful of pioneers to one-third of the world has been no smooth and easy road. The record has been full of storms and conflicts, often fierce and embittered, no placid theoretical debates of disinterested observers, but shot through with personal passions and unsparing denunciations, sometimes even reaching a tornado height to threaten to wreck the ship. Yet through every such phase the international communist movement has emerged in the end the stronger and the more united to new triumphs. It is only necessary to recall since 1917 the denunciations which were poured out against Lenin, not only by the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks, but also by the left communists, as betraying the revolution when he insisted on the signature of peace with German imperialism. The left socialist revolutionaries, in association with the left communists, sought even to stage a coup for the establishment of a revolutionary government to displace Lenin. It is only necessary to recall the even fiercer denunciation of Lenin, the Soviet government and the leadership of the Russian Communist Party as having finally betrayed the revolution, abandoned communism and restored capitalism, when, after the suppression of the Kronstadt Rising, the new economic policy was introduced, permitting freedom of trade and small-scale capitalism, and offering concessions for exploitation on Soviet territory to the big overseas monopolies of imperialism. It is only necessary to recall the no less fierce denunciations of Stalin, the Soviet government and the leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, as having finally betrayed the world's socialist revolution, when the program of building socialism in one country, originally 392, indicated by Lenin, was proclaimed, and the conception of export of revolution was explicitly repudiated by Stalin. The Moscow Regional Committee of the Russian Communist Party on February 24, 1918, unanimously adopted a resolution proclaiming lack of confidence in the Central Committee on the question of peace with German imperialism, announcing that it does not consider itself bound to obey unreservedly those decisions of the Central Committee that will be connected with the implementation of the terms of the peace treaty with Austria and Germany, and proposing to split the party in order to unite all consistent revolutionary communists against the moderate opportunists in the party. The Moscow Regional Bureau considers a split in the party in the very near future hardly avoidable, and it sets itself the aim of helping to unite all consistent revolutionary communists who equally oppose both the advocates of the conclusion of a separate peace and all moderate opportunists in the party. In the interests of the world revolution we consider it expedient to accept the possibility of losing the Soviet power, which is now becoming merely formal. It was on this resolution that Lenin wrote his famous article Strange and Monstrous, exposing the conception of those who thought that the interests of the world revolution demand that it should be given a push, and that only war can give that push, or that peace might give the people the impression that imperialism was being legalized. Today all this is past history, and there is no stauncher bulwark of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union than its Moscow Regional Committee. In the spring of 1921 the spokesman of the workers' opposition in the Russian Communist Party, Kollontai, in the booklet entitled The Workers' Opposition, proclaimed that the dictatorship of the working class in Russia had become no more than a formal signboard, that the Russian Communist Party under the leadership of Lenin had been drawn away from the class path, that big magnates of capitalist production, obedient and excellently paid hired servants of 393 capital were exercising an increasing influence on policy, and that trade relations with capitalist powers were proceeding over the heads of both Russian and foreign organized proletariats. At the Third Congress of the Communist Internationale in July 1921, Kollontai declared that the new economic policy meant on the whole, the restoration of the old system of production, of capitalism, that it drew its inspiration partly from foreign capital, which has in Russia its own ideological agents, so to speak, and through them is influencing our policy, that this was losing the confidence of the mass of the workers in our party, and that if this turn in policy went further, the Soviet Republic would lose its communist character, and then the nucleus of firm communists will take into its hands the red banner of revolution, to ensure the victory of communism throughout the world. Today these tirades of the workers' opposition against the Soviet government and the Soviet Communist Party, led by Lenin, as having betrayed the revolution in favor of an alliance with Western imperialism, and calling for a nucleus of firm communists to take over the leadership of the world revolution, have disappeared into a museum memory. The Soviet Union and the Soviet Communist Party, in the vanguard role of the international communist movement, continue to carry forward the banner of the revolution. Similarly, the platform of the Trotskyist opposition in 1927, led by Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamenev, proclaimed that the policy of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, under the Central Committee led by Stalin, represented an open castration of the revolutionary policy of Lenin and an essentially social democratic appraisal of the present epoch and foreign policy of full capitulation on the part of the Soviet power. All these past tirades of denunciation of the Soviet Union, the Soviet Party and its leaders, whether Lenin or Stalin, and the leaders of the international communist movement as supposedly betraying communism and the revolution, have long vanished into the dustbin of history. All these confident ultra-revolutionary calls to split the communist parties as having betrayed the revolution and to form new breakaway organizations of true consistent revolutionary communists or true 394 Marxist-Leninists have fallen by the wayside and ended in the desert. There is a lesson in this also for today. That is all the more reason why it should not be necessary to repeat this wasteful and bankrupt experience for the 20th time today. Whatever the ordeals which may still have to be passed through and the present dangerous situation, as has been already noted, may grow worse before it grows better, there is every ground, in terms of a longer historical judgment, for firm confidence in the future of the international communist movement and of international communism, in the deep underlying bonds of friendship and cooperation of all socialist states, in the unity of the international communist movement, in the future triumph of communism throughout the world. There is no objective justification for any division of interests between socialist states, or between the working class movements in different countries, or between socialism and national liberation. The differences that arise are subjective, and can be resolved on the basis of Marxism-Leninism. The salutary warning of the present controversies and differences arises in the practical demonstration that the internationalism which is the cardinal principle of communism is not automatically achieved because the true interests of all working people and of all socialist countries are common. The 1960 statement of all communist parties already warned that even after the victory of socialism in a series of countries, and the establishment of a world socialist system, manifestations of nationalism and national narrow-mindedness do not disappear automatically with the establishment of the socialist system. Internationalism has to be consciously fostered, equally in the socialist countries and in the working class and national liberation movements in all countries. The most careful attention needs to be given to every possible source of difference, in every sphere of relations between socialist countries, and to strengthen mutual aid and cooperation. In capitalist countries the most active combat needs to be conducted against the evil inheritance of deeply ingrained traditions of nationalist and racialist and color-bar conceptions of superiority and discrimination and antagonism. The spirit of international brotherhood needs to be taught and built up. 395. As the most treasured possession of the international class. Communism alone provides the objective basis for the fulfillment of the aim of internationalism. Superficial comparisons which are sometimes offered with an air of profound wisdom to present as parallel and almost identical the current controversies and differences affecting the relations of socialist states and the conflicts within the Western imperialist military alliances, or within NATO, or between American and Western Europe, miss the main point. For the differences within the Western imperialist camp reflect the real contradictions of rival imperialist interests, drawn together only on the basis of their combined counter-revolutionary class aims against communism, but otherwise in full conflict for the exploitation of the world. The differences affecting the socialist countries, on the other hand, do not arise from any objective inevitable differences of interests, but are temporary subjective differences in the interpretation of those interests or of the most fruitful immediate steps in their fulfillment, and are capable of being resolved because of the basic identity of interests of the socialist economic system directed to the maximum development of production, cooperation, and interchange for the material and cultural advance of their peoples, and because of the basic community of aims of communists throughout the world. 3. Towards the goal of communism. Modern world conditions, with the accelerating speed of communications and the technique of large-scale production beating against the limitations of old state barriers, and with the destructive power of new weapons transforming the questions of major war or peace, have brought home to all the necessity of internationalism. On the other hand, the simultaneously intensified antagonisms of rival property interests, by no means softened or diminished with the advance of science and technology and the scale of productive and trading operations, but, on the contrary, tremendously sharpened with the advance to the present giant supermonopolies and state monopoly concentrations fighting one another with every weapon in their armory, block the path to the fulfill. 396. Meant of the international aims which modern economic and political conditions demand. Under these conditions the League of Nations or United Nations, whatever the dreams of some of their founders may have been, become either distorted to the role of instruments in imperialist power conflicts or, at the best, a useful international forum for the expression of the opinion of the participating nations, such as, since the accession of the extending number of Afro-Asian nations alongside the socialist nations to constitute a new majority, can sometimes exercise a moral influence. But the charter has been long ago torn to shreds by the Western imperialist powers, with the formation of the prohibited sectional military alliance of NATO, or the illegal bypassing of the Security Council in order to launch wars. What is dissolution? Many non-socialist observers, and also some professed socialists, speak of the sovereign nation-state as an outdated anachronism, or demand the establishment of an international police force to maintain international law and order. They fail to see that they are thereby reflecting the basic hostility of the big imperialist powers, which have always lived on the subjection and exploitation of weaker nations, to the conception of national independence, at the very moment when scores and scores of nations, which have lived under enslavement to imperialism, have only just won, and are struggling to maintain, their still precarious national independence, or are still struggling to win their national independence, against the domination of imperialism. Similarly, when these observers speak of an international police force to maintain international law and order, they fail to take into account that the international law and order which they assume as requiring to be upheld is in fact the law and order of imperialist property relations extending their grip over 2/3 of the world, and that the sharpest conflicts and wars which have arisen in modern conditions have arisen when the newly independent nations have sought to take over the assets of the imperialist monopolies. Thus their international police force becomes under these conditions, not a plan for solving the problem of internationalism, but a plan to establish. 397. An international gendarme to protect the interests of imperialism. What, then, is the solution? It is evident that the problem of internationalism, of replacing international conflicts and wars by international cooperation, cannot be treated as an abstract political problem. It cannot be separated from the social and economic conditions of the modern world which give rise to international conflicts. In the short term, given the present parallel existence of imperialism and socialism in the world, together with the increasing number of newly independent nations which are seeking to move towards socialism, the necessary immediate practical path of solution is the policy of peaceful coexistence to replace the policies of the Cold War, that is, the promotion of peaceful relations between the countries of socialism and capitalism, recognition of the right of every people to choose their own Social system without external interference, no export of revolution and no export of counter-revolution, endeavors to end the arms race, ban nuclear weapons and work towards the aim of disarmament, steps to promote international trade and economic cooperation. Such a short-term solution would provide the most favorable conditions for advancing to the only final long-term solution. For the final long-term solution requires the elimination of the rival property-owning interests which are the breeding ground of international conflict and war. So long as capitalism and imperialism exists, the economic ground exists for international conflict and war. Only when the majority of the peoples of the world have advanced to the basis of socialism, alongside the completion of national liberation in all countries, and the rivalries of private and class property ownership have been eliminated, will the conditions have been reached for the realization of the age-old dreams of internationalism, of lasting peace and cooperation of the peoples. The goal of communism, however difficult still the struggles in reaching it, represents the fulfillment of internationalism, of human brotherhood. Marx prophesied, in the address of the General Council of the First International on July 23, 1870, on the occasion of the Franco-German War. A new society is springing up whose international 398 role will be peace, because its national ruler will be everywhere the same labor. The pioneer of that new society is the International Working Men's Association. At the same time, in that same immortal work, Marx warned that the working class to work out their own emancipation, and along with it that higher form to which present society is irresistibly bending by its own economical agencies, will have to pass through long struggles, through a series of historic processes transforming circumstances and men. They have no ideals to realize but to set free the elements of the new society with which the old collapsing bourgeois society itself is pregnant. Already at the end of the Communist Manifesto, Marx had declared that the downfall of capitalism and the future victory of the working class was inevitable. When he said inevitable, he by no means implied some fatalist theory of history, as if the life of human society were to be regarded as some mechanism pursuing a predetermined course independent of human will and action. The entire life work of Marx, his ceaseless effort and devotion and expenditure without reserve of all his health and strength in the cause of the working class and communism, proved the opposite. His affirmation of inevitability was his affirmation of confidence in humanity, in the capacity of the working people to overcome the obstacles and find their way forward, through whatever errors and long struggles and historic processes on the way, to the only solution which could answer the problems posed by the breakdown of the old social order and set free the elements of the new society. Every step along this path of more than a century, from the handful of pioneers to the victory of the working class and communism over 1/3 of the world, has only been won by the conscious will, the organization, the limitless devotion and sacrifices, and the heroism of millions and millions of human beings, inspired and guided by the teachings of Marx and Lenin, and united by comradeship in service to a common cause, the cause of the future of human brotherhood, of communism. Thanks to the efforts of those who have gone before, the 399 path now opens out more bright with promise than ever before. But the menace from the final explosions of the old dying social order also more urgent than ever. The time for the transition from capitalism to socialism was already due in terms of material conditions, and of the ending of the progressive role of capitalism, when 19th-century capitalism passed into monopoly capitalism. Delay in the readiness of the subjective factor, represented by the working class movement in the leading imperialist countries, has already cost 2 world wars, the miseries of mass unemployment, fascism, and now the menace of nuclear war. All the new marvels of modern science in the 20th century, the releasing of nuclear energy or the magic wand of the latest chemical discovery and techniques, should have belonged to the era of socialism, speeding the path to abundance for all. The fact that these new powers, appropriate only to socialism, should have come into the grip of the outdated monsters of the monopoly capitalist jungle is producing in our time new horrors, abortions, and menaces on a scale never before known. For this reason the absolute and unqualified confidence of communists in the future is not, and can never be, a blind, Empty facile optimism. The fulfillment of the great possibilities of our epoch depends on human consciousness and human effort. Therefore at the present time, to meet the needs of the present epoch, and to defeat the dangers which are obvious to all, the call sounds all the more urgently for renewed effort and activity in the cause of the working class and the peoples and of peace. The call sounds for the extension of political consciousness, inspired by the teachings of Marx and Lenin, among ever wider sections in all countries, to build up the unity and strength of the working class and democratic and national liberation movement, to build up the unity and strength of the international communist movement, and along this path to speed the day when the divisions and conflicts of class society shall belong to the past, and shall be the human race. Asterisk.